Hello, folks. We're back with another stream tonight. Forgive me, I've got the hiccups. I have it doesn't it's not continuous, but it's one side effects that the allergy shot that I took yesterday. It can give you the hiccups for a few days. But one of the things I want to let you guys know that I'll close this window here. I gotta put y'all's chat window back up. I was messing with some stuff last night. Let me put the chat window up because I've got something to share. Okay, where are the? Oh, I'm on Chrome. I need to be on this one. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Where's it? Would be overlays. It'd be Windows. I'm pretty sure. Enter chat. It gave me the interview. I closed the window yesterday when I was doing all that stuff. Yes, afterwards I went and made some new windows for some stuff that I want to do in the near future on this. So I'm trying to find where I did. I had to close because didn't have enough room to keep that window up. Should be Windows. It should be. Is it comments and reactions? Yeah, here we go. Okay, that's my Discord channel. Not much there, but enough of you have asked me to do it. It's not going to be anything like Rebs or DJ. It's going to be something simple because I don't really like that platform. There are other platforms I think are better to communicate than Discord. So there's not going to be a lot in there. Maybe I don't know. I could see some possibilities doing it. You may even, once I get a few people into the thing, maybe I can also broadcast like DJ does. And I think does does Rev do it in Discord? I don't think he does. I think he just advertises it in Discord. Why is it doing that now? Why did it get all big? I'm trying to get my windows back the way they was. See, that's a little bit different than OBS where they have everything. This one has a bunch of small windows that has all the controls, and it is trying to position them in places that's not going to screw everything up. So it looks like I might have got somebody already in Discord already. Let's see. I'm gonna put this window up and track. Okay, move is red for me. Okay, it was a month ago. You can tell you how much I read these inboxes, but it sounds like somebody uh, may have joined up because I heard a little popping noise, and usually neither one of these do that, make a noise like that. I'm just gonna send my first message. Yeah, let's do that. Nothing. My. I may, we'll make some subs channels. I'm going to make the sub channels to a bare minimum because right now, when you go into Discords, they make the people put so many of these windows up that makes it really hard to find stuff. I'll probably make about 5 windows max. Here, where you can go in and look, maybe something about current, something about the. It's all going to be about the game. You can go share your emojis and some on the other stuff or your memes and stuff. It's all going to be game related. I want serious questions and serious talk about the game, not a bunch of you have to wade down through 50 comments to read one that's valid to gameplay. I didn't want to get. Okay. All right. So what we're gonna do tonight? I guess we're gonna do some solo defenses because I need the loot. Yeah, I go through that loot like it's nothing. Let's see. Did make an upgrade to the Kretschna today. Usually wait till the weekend, but they've got that 1 leaderboard event that's going on right now. Even though I don't think Scott is that great of an officer. I did want to score. I probably won't do anything else until Saturday to see what we get. Now I'll tell you the one thing that I'm not doing for the very first time ever, and I did make myself known to the community manager to pass this up to whoever makes these decisions, is the battle pass. Even though it's the cheap one for $10, there's nothing in here that really helps my game. My Bev is Crusher is tiered out, and so is Nurse Chapel, and even the stuff that you get with them, premium tokens, which I don't need. I don't really do the regular armadas anymore, and of course I don't need the Syndicate XP. What else is in here? So this is kind of this is a good one for me to keep my money in my pockets. But there are two things in the store I think I should make you guys aware of. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to show it to you on here or not, but I can explain it. If you are a spender and want to spend, you definitely won't. There is three uh, three three things in here that they have. Is it in the new? It might be in the new. So you've got these select, and I've already done the one for the building because it had. I should have waited till it was on here. I'm sorry, but they had one that had some of the gimmick buildings, and they had the war room in there, and you could actually buy this $49 pack and get more loot to upgrade that building through this. And what I did there, I'll use this one for an example. Well, let me do it here. Choose your reward. So I went and chose all war room loot, and I was able to take mine from 53. Excuse me, from 43 to 48 with the loot. So to me, it was well worth it. This is one that I'm thinking about. How many days we have? 13 days. I will definitely purchase this before um, the 13 days goes on, because here's the one for the isolytic damage. Um, Here's a prime for. Let's see. They got. I never found out what this one was for. This multi-dimensional particle. I know what the other ones are for. Now I would like to get uh, this one. Prime. Prime. Which one is that? I know I saw that in there when I was looking. Rare prime orbit medallion. Let's see if we can find one. So what you can do is you can pick one or all three the same. It doesn't. You can get like two the same, one different, or all three different, or whatever. This is. I hope that this is something they keep a mechanic or a way to purchase stuff in the store that stays. You know what I'm saying? Because this is so you get your choice, and the same thing with the officer. You know, I've got both of these two cats uh, tiered out. So if this was a pack, I probably wouldn't even think about buying it because I already got those tiered out. Even though I do want some 7, so I could go in here and get. Oh, Soren's in here, and so is there's more. There's more in here than that. So if I picked maybe, but I bet you that's what they're doing here. I bet you have to pick one epic and 2 rares. So I'm just gonna put. I'm gonna put her. Just let's see if they'll let me do. Yeah, that's what it is. And I don't know if there's a. I guess I would have to do him, and then because I've got her tiered out, him tiered out, him tiered out, and when I make a draw today, I'll have French Marshal Q to tier 4. Mariachi Q's done. So I could go in here and make both of these draws for Field Marshal Q for the next. Or the thing to be was to go and look and see how close you are to one of them. It might make more sense for me to do both of them with Sutter, because I know I'm farther away with Sutter than I am Field Marshal Q. I'd be closer to, yeah. See, these 40 shards would do a whole lot. Let's go ahead and, now that I'm thinking about it, let's go into the faction store, and I should be able to make that redeem now. Let's go. So it's going to be in section 31. Here he is. Field Marshal Q will make our 5 chest draw. That's enough to finish him. Not finish him, but take him to tier 4. I thought that was enough to finish him, but then I looked at it yesterday. Oh no, that's not the right tier. You got to have 220, on that last tier. So let's go up in here. We'll go ahead and tier him up. I'm not one of these cats that you see that sit there and waits on these things. Um, if I got a guy that I can tier up now, I'm going to do it. Oh gosh, I pushed the wrong button. Now I got to go find him. Let's go tiers. He's going to be the lowest one on tier 4 level, because I don't have him leveled up any in the. So he's going to be the first one on tier 4. Okay, he should have been right. That's odd. Oh no, he'd be the first one at tier 3. Yeah. Okay, there he is. Let's level him up. So I'm not done with him yet. I thought I was going to be done with him when I did this last draw, but I still got to take him one more tier, which is okay. Let's see. So it might be, let's find Sutter. So Field Marshal Q is going to take quite a bit to upgrade him to tier 5. You're going to, pretty sure it's going to be, where is he at? He's a rare, so he should be at the bottom of the rares. Where is he at? There he is, right there. I had my mouse cursor right next to him. See, I need 222 to finish him out. Well, probably, I don't think she was a choice, but if she was a choice, then might be better to do the Mirror Crew girl. Let's find that. Let's see if she's a choice in the rare ones. Let's go ahead and put 7 on here. And then we put, let's see if they put the Mirror Crew. Nope, of course not. So what I would do is probably put him on both of these. Or no, not him. I got the wrong one on that one. I got him tiered out. That'd be a waste. I thought I put, there we go. This is the way I would probably do it if I bought it, so I'm not sure that I will. Even though this is an incredible deal to get this many shards for, and you're basically choosing what out of the selection there, you get to choose your deal instead of it being something Scopely does or some kind of chance bull crap. You're getting 38, 50, 51 shards total of officer for, that's less than a dollar per shard. That is worth it. Especially if these help you enough to get the guy to the next level. They kind of, neither one of them kind of do for me. But we got alliance tournaments starting tomorrow. Well, you could probably, I wonder, I'll see how much faction credits you get. I mean, multiphasic. So you get 1,500 if you buy both of these packs. So it's a little bit short than the $100 one. So the $100 one is the one that's in there. See, but I bought one of the $79 packs and then used the $50 pack to make up the difference. You would have to buy something. Oh, they still, no, they just put it in different order. Look at that. Oh, they put that back. They didn't put that back. So you'd have to go. Might get, how many you get in the battle pass? Not the elite version, but the cheaper one. Flash pass. It's dollar. Does that give you? It might give you. No, you're still going to be a little bit short. You got to spend more than that. Well, anyway, you'd have to buy 3 $50 packs to get that. You'd have some after over, but it's something if you've something you want to do, it might be something to wait till tomorrow. But I actually did. I took this from 42 to it was either 42 or 43 to 48 with the loot. If that was back in the store, they gave you another shot at that. I would probably buy it again to get it up here because these two buildings, when you want what affects your ships the most out of all these buildings, is going to be this one and this one. This one I can source. I just, for a long time, wasn't making the pulls because I was using it up on officers and other stuff that was in that section 31. But now it's a priority. In fact, I probably need to go hit it right now because it's probably up for grabs again. Yeah. You say, well, that's cheap. I know, but when you're trying to get epic officers done, These officers done it. Takes a lot of it takes a lot of shards for this stuff. See, like I'm gonna have to make a pull so I can do Gugart or Degart right here. Degart. Decat or whatever. I do. I don't know. I knew how to pronounce his name. I'm drawing a blank. Oh, I didn't sleep real good. Right when I got, right when I was in a bed about an hour and a half, and that's when the hiccups started. Woke me up. They calmed down. I went and got about another 2 hours sleep, but I slept about 3 hours today. I'll sleep good tonight. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna go ahead and make this pull. Oh man, I don't even want to talk about arenas last night. I finally get in a match. And it's me and 270s. They were close to. I think I was slightly more powerful than the other two guys, and we get matched up with a group that's more power from us, but not to the point what these two cats did. Uh, so I go out there and I'm trying to kill the ones that I can kill. And then there was one guy that had he had like 100 power ship. I can't remember which one it was. 100 billion one. My Krishna wasn't no match for it, especially when they stung me before. So I get killed, and then while I was sending the other ones trying to hit the little hostile things, trying to score points. So when I get back in with the Krishna, I might have a chance to do one of those thing. And I'm like, well, where is these guys? So I'm watching. I'm still trying to, I'm going through all the ships. I got my fleet through there, and still none of them come out. And they decided that they weren't going to they I guess they saw that we were overmatched and decided they weren't going to come out. They just left me hanging. And of course it makes me lose ranking, and it was just a bad night, all bad for that. But last night was able to uh, grab about 30 million in OPC uh, 6-star materials. So that was a good. It kind of made up for the sorriness that those assholes did to me there. All right, I guess we should go ahead and do the arenas. I'm kind of stalling here. Not the arenas, but solo wave defense. I need to change my crewing. So I need to change. I need to just put interceptor on it. Okay, that works. I may come back and change that. I gotta see who's on the other ships because I don't. I think I got enough PvE officers now that I can put 3 solid lower decks. I might have changed it last time. It didn't save it. Where's it at? Where is it? Okay, here we go. Armada crew. That's for okay. Okay, that is in my A ship. I did do this one. I couldn't see both of those guys on there, and then we got Harry Kim for that. Okay, good deal. Okay, so we're gonna go with our battleship. We can use Neelix down here if I don't. If I had, I think I changed him yesterday or 2 days ago when we were doing these, because I don't think I did it yesterday. Okay, we go here. So it's going to be cube solo. Okay. So I really don't want to not do it with these two gals left out. So then we got to make some hard choices. I think I can. I'll take E Troy out of there and put Mariner. I'll just leave her right there, or I'll switch. Let me go to my lead dog. We're gonna go in there. We'll go here and change. Let's go ahead and take Mariner out. We'll go ahead and save this setup. Okay. Let's go ahead and change that and put battleship. I'll just put bat. I can go here too. I'm going to change that and put int. And I'll know that's either for an Enterprise or Interceptor. Explorers. And we'll go up here, put INT for Interceptor. And we're actually going to go up into the ship and change it. Okay. I guess I never did save that. I don't know how I couldn't have. I went back and that's weird. Okay. Never mind. Okay, let's go in here. We're going to look at this crew and see who. So I think we can get rid of Himmer now. And I'll put E. Troy down there. Save. Okay, so we're all set. We're going, like if I was to put the junker, if it was a event where like they did the last time where you had to have the junker to score extra, then I would probably drop Neelix out of the bottom of put the junker. A junker's the interceptor like the other one. So what I would do is I would drop Neelix and put Mariner back in his place. I went and ate at Long John Silver's. Went by my storage. Oh crap, that's something I didn't do. I didn't bring in my amps. I don't want to leave those. I'm going to lock my truck right now. I didn't bring in my guitar amp. Yeah, I went and donated some stuff to the Salvation Army, and then I went to my storage. Well, I went to my storage first, got some stuff I took there with the stuff I had from the apartment, and while on the way back, I stopped by Long John Silver's and ate. I hadn't ate at one of those in a long time. It was one of my nephew's favorite place to eat when he was little. He used to call it shrimp on the Barbie because he was from Dumb and Dumber, and we used to go eat there all the time. Now, for some reason, that was one of his favorite places to go. He loved to ring that little bell when he went out when you go out. They still got that too. I was this up there. He used to love to ring that bell. He used to ask me, Uncle, can I ring the bell? I was, yeah, sure. Okay, we got to get them positioned right. All right. I mean, I kind of caught the end of when, I don't know if maybe some of you might have watched a stream yesterday. Reb was talking about the reason why something's broke on the game that they can't do incursions. He didn't ever. I didn't catch what it was, but if any of y'all were on his stream and heard that, just feel free to chime in. Feel free to chime in anytime you want because this is not. It makes it easier. uh, but yeah, last night was kind of made the game fun again for the first time in a while. It's been kind of boring for me, at least. But it was like the first fun I've had in a while. Going out there and playing the game like I used to play it in my 50s, 30s, 40s, and 50s when I was out um, OPC hunting. Like I said, the only regrets that I have is when they were trying to make the rules about. Uh, I mean, I said didn't that I wasn't agreeing to it, but at the time it wasn't viable, and it wasn't at the time. It was when I did it when my selkies, when I'm taking more damage on my selkie than oh crap. I need to get this one done. Can we go back down here and get this one with my interceptor? Okay, I will get this one to come down here and get that one, and we'll get the battleship to come down there and grab that one. This is wave 2, so everything's going to be up here. So I'm going to send my interceptor right there. Then once these guys kill their thing, they're going to go back up here too. Okay, now I can go up here and do what I need to do. Okay, now I'm going to use my Enterprise E to come down here and grab this thing. I'm going to put my interceptor there and my battleship right there. And then I'm going to put it back on my Enterprise E because there's going to be one that's going to pop right in front of him. Boom. And I got to go there. As soon as he kills that, I need to go there and kill the. See, I've been doing it a little bit off sequence. I've been doing all 3 of these instead of just waiting because. All right. Oh, come on, man. You got to keep kidding me. Damn it. I got it on the effect. Okay, I can't let that just throw me completely off like it just did. Get it? Okay, now you come over here and get this thing. See what happened? I gotta go. Before I do the next one, I gotta take the effect off. That screwed me because it put that one. Problem is when you do that, if you're doing it like a wave defense like this, it doesn't clear out. You won't go ahead and let you use your battleship to acquire it to it's completely. You saw what happened. It doesn't. Nothing happens there. I thought, well, did I not click on it? No, the problem was I had that stupid effect on, and it didn't switch over the first time. I think there must be a new wave defense pack because I'm scored for something. But I'm done with these wave defense. So, okay, now we're going to go after it shows us score. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go turn the effect off. The general. Let's turn this thing off. This is one you don't want this on. Unless you have like the fastest ship in the planet. Gosh, I put Latinum instead of. Oh, that sucks. At least it was. I didn't have that much hull damage. It didn't kill me. But I would have got a free up. Okay, that's good. I guess it's good it's not. Because I hate wasting my. I hate when I can't score on something that. Like I said, they need to overflow for the wave defense. I think they should do like a Karayashi whatever, where if you got packs, you can keep scoring on it. You can finish the current one and just keep going uh, where where they don't only count the scoring. I think you should have one where they have something you could score every time you go, even if you're way over. Okay, let's put this one here. Put the B down there. And bring my A ship over here. I think we put the C ship probably we're on top of this planet. Whoops. Okay, let's put the C ship over this planet. It's still not. There's some you can see that where it didn't. I had to go. It's still not on the top of the planet where I clicked it originally. So the thing's off. Noticed that the other night too. And then we'll go through here and look after this one. We should have enough loot to do what I want. We may do more than these. That I'm afraid that they're going to put an event because they haven't been they put a vague calendar up. I don't know this for sure, but I thought I heard Reb say that they're going to do a two-week break this time between arcs, and so I don't know what they're going to do next week. So that's what I thought I heard from Reb at least, that they're going to do a 2-week break. Oh yeah, we wanted to wait on that. Let that one get a little bit closer. Go ahead and kill both of these. And then send my Enterprise E now. Should be good enough for it to come after it. Let's go ahead and put this one there. And put that one on the planet. That one almost waited too long. I need to go right on him. But that's okay. I'd rather it be closer to the station than further from the station and having to chase it. They don't give you that much room to chase. Okay, we need to go up here and get this one. I should have did like I did last time. It's going to make that one close. Closer than it needs to be. Just barely. Should have did what I did last time. I went B, then C again. Oh, come on. I don't think I'm going to get it in time. I did. Just barely. That was pretty sloppy. I didn't get by, but it's still a pretty sloppy one. All right, let's look. Let's go ahead and wait till it redeems. How much? Okay, so we got some the loot that we needed. Let's go into the, I don't know, why did I push the event folder for? I don't know where you are in your game. Maybe getting all the officers that they chose helps you, but I would say anybody that heavily participated in both of those arcs, both of those uh, Chapel and E Troy should be done by most people in the game. Now, if you weren't a high enough to be in those things, then yeah, you would probably that would be okay for you. But there's no way they should. Like I said, I told her, I said, well, if you're going to put one of those to help the people who are lower, you should have picked one of them and put another more current officer with Vial in here, one of the rares. And for me, she still might have been, because I went hard like in these last things, finishing these rares. It might not have been one that for me, but a larger portion of the game would have been able to use that rare. So I wasn't too happy when I saw this, when this popped up and I saw, yes, I could use the extra shards for her, but this is more of a principle thing than in, because $10 isn't much, but uh, it's more of a principle thing, not to support stupidness, and that was stupidness. Ah, so I'm just going to do the free path this time around. Or if there's a day where it's something I don't want to do, I won't do it. Now I don't have to because don't care whether I finish the pass or not this time around. I'm finding now that where a lot of this garbage that they're doing, I don't have to engage with because it doesn't really help my game is liberating, where I can pick and choose which things that I want to engage with and what I don't. So I'm finding it a little bit more on the liberating side of the whole thing, where I can do what Joe wants to do, or Jack Spade wants to do. I can do whatever, I can do whatever I want to do here. I'm not tied down to what Scopely wants me to do or what they're trying to get me to engage in. So let's go ahead and get 7 of 9. Or okay, the thing that I really want, so I'm going to do a few more of these. There is a refinery thing that I want to do. I want to do this one, so I need to go and do probably like 3 more of these. And we're going to go ahead and do it. But I wanted to go ahead and hit the officers that I've been working on first to see how far that would hurt me far as it goes. Okay, so let's go back to the 60s. Well, okay, I'm hearing something. Somebody in. Okay, somebody trying to see if somebody joined my Discord here. I can't. There's no. I don't see like a list of names or anything in here. Let's see if there's something here. Yeah, but that's old. Yeah, somebody is. If you get in the Discord, go to the general channel and say hi, because otherwise I can't see. Uh, I would figured you would have more of a control since it's yours, but like I said, I'm not big on this Discord. But a bunch of you have asked me to if I do I have a disc do. Oh, here's the lobby. No, don't allow. I don't have. Is that? Oh, that's some kind of audio, that voice channel thing. Okay, no. What do I mean? Did access denied? Okay. So there's really, I don't know, man. I'll have to. I'm gonna have to mess with this a little bit more. But I do have stuff. I will probably post maybe some messages in here. I'll make up some new windows to put up in here. Some text channels. But anyway, I may find a way to broadcast on Discord too. Well, I just closed it all, I think. I might as well because I don't I don't see if y'all guys joined or not. I just heard the beeps of something in Discord. I guess it could have been one of the few channels that I'm on as well. There is somebody I need to wait to see when their thing comes on because they followed me the other day and I need to tell them thank you. I don't see that here. I don't see that. I think there's a way I can make a little window, but I've got 100 windows up right here. One that's looking at my audio levels, ones that are looking at like yesterday when I went to the browser. All right, so let's go ahead and start it. I'm gonna let the battleship grab this one too. And let that one stay up there. Okay, let's get the battle. Let's get the Enterprise. Get that one. Okay, let's go get this one with this one. This one with this one. And then we'll get the bottom one here with the Enterprise. Get back on the Enterprise. Come on, get on that one. Get on that one. I cut it close every time on that one. A while ago I did it out of sequence and did it right. I need to go. I screwed up there. What's going on there? Why did it not move? See, it got stuck there. I mean, it had countdown on it and it would never moved. It got stuck on that. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter in the long run, but it got stuck there. I think it was doing that one. I think it was doing that when the first time they were doing these. I remember that being a bug where if you got too close to the middle, it would get stuck there. That was a early bug on this thing early on. It wasn't in the solo defense. It was actually in uh, the group ones because people would get their ships hung up there and they couldn't do anything. Let's move to a different one. Not like they're going to be any different, but that one seemed like the. Sometimes it won't let you. I was having to double click on some of those hostels too. I thought there was going to be one right there. Let's do this. Like we used to, I would rotate it. I probably shouldn't have put that one up there like that. Let's do that. We'll get A ship on that one. C ship here. An A ship right there on that one. Yeah, it works better if I go B than A, C on that last run. Yeah, it does. All right, let's go back in the faction store when this thing clicks by. Okay, let's see how many more of these we got to do. There's our friendly spammer. It seems to always be on Twitch. You don't really see that much on YouTube. That's a kind of a switch thing. Okay, now I got enough loot to do this. It's going to take all of it, pretty much, but this gives me the ability to exchange like in the, I'll show you what that did real quick. I could have used that earlier today. I mean, there's limited uses. I wish that they would let you take like 5-star parts and then make it into 5-star raw. I don't have that much 5-star raw. I always pull it down. But if if I did, then I would go ahead and exchange it when I could up there. So let's go into the refinery. Well, hell, it's supposed to have gave me a thing where I could exchange. Oh, there we go. Here it is. I just did the interceptor. It might be in might be in something else where I got to reclaim it somewhere. Okay, let's do it. Let's do a clear localization. It should have gave me the ability to exchange for interceptor parts because that's what I just purchased. All right, let's go into refinery. I don't, maybe I don't have any, but usually it's not shaded out like that. Yeah, see, it doesn't give me what the hell's going on here? You know? Uh, okay, I've got to take a picture of it. Let's go back into go back to the Fabers. Overhaul. Increases. I think I'd already done that one. Let's let's go find the other ones. Yeah, the market one. That's the one we're looking for. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of this. Do it this way. Turn my phone sideways on it so I get a bigger shot. Now let's go back into the refinery. I'm sorry to be doing this while we're doing the stream, but I thought that'd be something cool I could show you guys. Oh, dang. Let's go ship parts. You gotta take detailed pictures, man. Because you don't know how much some of these community managers actually play the game. The one that you want is the one that's going to bring uh okay, here we go. Use see well, maybe because I don't have any tokens. Is there some token in here I missed? Didn't I don't see any tokens for me to redeem in here. You gotta be freaking kidding me, man. Now how do you get the damn tokens? Let's go in here and see. For each conversion chest refined. for each one of your converter tokens will be used. There's an additional cost, but how do you get them? Favors and, well, I just did it. You are out of converter tokens to get more in the faction store. Okay. I didn't see that in there. Let's go in there and see if I'm missing something here. Oh, let's go in the, well, I'll push back in. I need to go in the faction store. Maybe that's something. Okay, here it is. This thing right here, you get to claim it. Okay, so it puts a new claim. We claim that token every day, and you get to use it. Okay, that's pretty cool. Actually, it's better than actually it's better. I think it's better than the mat one where you have they have that cooldown and it gives you more than that, but you'll be able to get one of these every day and save them to when you need them. So that's what that now I'll be able. Let's just go over there and let's look at it and see how good the tokens are. This is after the snafu with the first part with the mats one where everybody was upset because you didn't you it was unequally. uh let's see if it's the same. So let's go in here. So all my interceptor conversions should be live. Okay, now they're all live. You see the ones on them. And now this one's just 1-to-1. So I get, it's going to cost me, what is that? It says uncommon to comp. Okay, well, hell, who wants to do that? Nobody wants to do that. Go common to, okay, here's common to there. Okay. Not real good. Let's see what, let's go like interceptor. Let's go, they'll be put up. Okay, so interceptor common, we don't care about that one. Common, we don't care about that one. We don't care about that one. Okay, here we go. It's going to go UC to uncommon to uncommon. Let's see what the exchange rate is. 1-to-1. So that's better. It's still not a whole lot of. Let's see what the rares do. Again, who's going to do common? Common. That's going to be not real good exchange. I know that. Common to. I'm looking for rare. Okay, here's rare to rare. 20. Okay, you get one extra. Woohoo! let's see if they do have the. Okay, we got. Why they keep going common all the time on these things? Okay, rare to rare. We already looked at that one. But anyway, it's not real good. But it could help you in a pinch. So we can see that. Is it worth spending all that loot to do the other ones? I don't think so. At least not right now. So I think let's go. I want to go back in that store and spend uh, some of the regular loot on some officers in there too. So I do want to do Degot. That's how you say his name, Degot. Okay, I do want to do him. Let's see how much this one I got left there. I definitely want to do Lyanne too. Okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna see if there's anything else in this store. In this store, we want to. Yeah, we can do that one. Alrighty, let's go into the DTI store. Oh yeah, I got this going on, so I might as well redeem these. See, if I wanted Vial bad enough, or I don't call you Daja that bad, I would go ahead and use my loot in here to tear her up. Be better than spending money. Right now, all my love's going to Seska. I don't think I've got anything here I can do. This may be a shorter stream than normal, guys, for tonight. Like I said, I'm a little bit tighter than normal because I didn't sleep well today. God, people are stupid. I'm reading some stupid stuff. And Galaxy Chat keeps switching me over there. Oh. Oh. Mm. Heard him talking about something earlier. I'm making sure I didn't miss an event. Oh, a new one of these events going right now. Okay, I did miss this. I think I might have an upgrade on my Reliant to do. Let's look and see if I do. I'll send that bad boy out tonight. Well, I guess with this event going on out, it wouldn't stay very long. So I guess we're gonna go, guys. I guess we're gonna load up the Kretschna and go up in 68 space and do some grinding to clear the event. Okay, let's get the Reliant out first. Thought I was done with all the day's events. Like I said, I'm half here. Oh, boy, where's that stupid ship? I don't think it's gotten to the 100. Oh, there it is, right there. It has got to the 100 million level. Yeah, I do have it. Let's see what we got here. This is impulse engine, phasers. What's this up here? Warp engine, cargo bay, shield. And if there wasn't an event going on, I would wait and get the shield. I got the godsend on this thing. I think there's one of these going on. I know there's one for forbidden technology. Let's make sure there is one for chaos tech before we do this. Nope. Yeah, there is right there. Chaos tech. I thought that ended today. I don't think there's any. I don't think I can go any higher for this one. Oh yeah, I can. Thought I was done with. Oh, this one's 50. Yeah, I can, but it'll end up being not so good. I need to go one of my lower ones. Thought I'd have a brand new one. See, I want to do that one, but it doesn't. I think it's got like a crazy ass. The proto matter needs 16,000. Okay, that's the reason why I haven't done that one. Uh, let's see. I'm trying to think of what I want to do next. Okay, let's go ahead and swap our ship out. Did we get Grush back, or is he still? No, he's still on a damn away mission. Okay, so I'm not going to throw a miner out there. I'll just leave relying on here for right discard changes. No. Okay, let's put our ship back the way it was. If I fly the old line, it won't be until later tonight. I can promise you that. Okay, first, let's put all of our ships back the way they were. Okay, now this one we're gonna load with the augment crew. It's gonna be all the way at the bottom. And I don't think I'm gonna be pulling anyone because yeah, we'll be pulling him out off his ship. So I may improvise and put somebody there in his place for right now. Okay, so that's good. This one needs to put its battleship crew back together. That looks good. And he's the one that they lost 2 people. I think she's just not on, one of them just not on there. She's not on the other ship. Why do I have Jockle on? Okay, there's something wrong there. Okay. Uh, let's go ahead and put group. We got those 3 girls in there, so that's not gonna work. Where's a con at? Let's go group. Let's go power. I think I might have con on the actual. No, I don't. We'll stick con there. Below deck, we'll get her back. Okay. There we go. I gotta see who I got below deck besides Jocelyn. Nobody. I probably could take Troy. Oh yeah, I had to take Troy off earlier. Put her on for that stupid mission thing. Okay. Let's go in here and save this. Okay, let's head up into cancel. Confirm. Let's hit it all the way up to 68 space. We will put the artifact back on, I think. I think I'm going to do this and I'm going to go to sleep, guys. I'm kind of starting to hit me right now, but I want to finish this up before I go. Because tomorrow's a work day, so doubt there'll be any stream, and I don't know how much whatever's going on I'm going to be able to do. I know we got Alliance tournament starting tomorrow. Not too thrilled about that. It's a little bit close, too close to the last one. I don't have as many resources built up to do some of those 10,000 missions. But anyway, if you go in here, go in the store, and you do the Prime one, yeah, and there's a, don't. Of course, it's going to do that when I'm on the way to Mirrors up there. You're getting the contents of 3 Primes for $50. It's well worth it if you got the money to spend, of course. To me, I just have to decide which 3 I want to get because there's about see. I'll show after we get through doing this. Maybe I'll go in there and show if I remember. Trying to chew some gum. I've got a little bit of a sore throat. Hey, how you doing, man? So we just finished doing some wave defenses. I ended up buying a favor in there and made my officer grabs. But I guess the big story from yesterday was incursions being canceled, and they're going to do Alliance tournament starting tomorrow. I was really shocked that we didn't have invasions today. That might be broke too, because something's broke on the incursions. That's the reason why they didn't run it. So for once, maybe for one of my enemies, maybe for once, they decided to proper beta test some stuff before we got to it. Otherwise, I still have a hard time believe that they always claim, well, we beta tested this before it got to you. I have a hard time believing that sometimes. If they did, they did a half-assed job of it. But something apparently, that's what I heard from on Rebs. I caught the tail end of that conversation he was having with one of the viewers. So I'm not. He was saying something was wrong in the testing. But I am glad they gave us some notice they weren't going to do it instead of letting it roll out and crash everything. I mean, there was a time where incursion was one of my favorite things that the game did, but that has really changed. I mean, I think it's just because of my server. I don't think the funness of the event hadn't gone away. It's just that when you got so many people on your server that won't shield and move, that is really disheartening. And then the last incursion, the shield bug that hit a bunch of servers, including mine, wasn't a help either. Yeah, they should sell relocation tokens. You're damn right about that. They can do it because they have the novice token that you can do it, like the one that we were looking at the other night on here. There's no reason that you can't do it, and they do it every time with incursions. See, I wish I was one of those lucky people that Reb was talking about that got stuck on the wrong server last time. Hell, I might tell him I don't want to go back. I mean, it should be that way where aggressive players can all get on the same server. Then if one server wants to be Green Acres and be for a bunch of farmers, then they can do that too. Yeah, I would have left. I would have left 75 before the merger, if there would have been a way to do it. And this server of 74 that we went to just made the problems on 75 worse because we basically uh, joined a bigger farmer group than there was before. I'll tell you how lame 74 was before we got here. They had rules on their war where, like, you couldn't go into 5-star space even at war and hit a miner. OPC, UPC, it didn't matter. That was their rules on this server. That changed day one. Oh yeah, and they also had a rule where you couldn't go into another alliance's territory. Actually, that was the first war that happened on this server was over that, and of course they lost on it. I mean that's how big farming group 74 was and still is. That they had rules on their war. Yeah, I'll never forget. I was in a different alliance. I actually had joined. Like I said, I was tired of the people on my server, so when we jumped, I jumped to the top alliance for on 74, and they had the actually even when we merged at that point in time, they had the strongest guy on both servers. But that soon changed after Bob got opened up his big pockets. And then a guy whose name was Grizz, he got in a spending contest that he wasn't going to win because Bob, I don't know what Bob did for a living. I've heard a whole bunch of things. Don't know. Knew him a little bit, but from what I understand, he had multiple incomes. I heard that he was a lawyer. I heard that he was a book publisher. I heard a whole bunch of different things that they said that he did, but whatever he did, it was very lucrative because the first time I knew that there was a such thing that a person could spend so much on their debit card in one day was because of Mr. Bob. They have some kind of RICO law. I forget how much exactly it is, but there is a limit that they can spend in one day, and he done it several times. A couple of times while I was in the same alliance as him, and I'd wake up and I would see 200 drop boxes from stuff that he bought the night before. That's before they let you mark it anonymous. I don't know if he ever did that, but you can mark it anonymous where nobody knows that you're spending this. But it's also an ego thing too for a guy to put in there. It's, oh yeah, man, I'm spending all this kind of cash. I got mine marked anonymous because I actually don't. Even the guys in my alliance, I don't want them to know what I'm spending in the game. It didn't turn on. It didn't turn on the effect a while ago. What the hell's going on with that? I'm gonna clear the localization while I'm in here. But it isn't. There is an ego thing about it as well. But yeah, there was. I watched him. And now when I say that, I actually built two epic ships this last weekend and tiered them out just because I got all kinds of 5-star stuff I haven't used in a long time. But back then he didn't have all that. It wasn't like it was. It's not like it was now. We're in a different economy. I watched him take a G6. I think it was the uncommon. I watched him and he's fighting Grizz in a. They fought for over an hour. I watched him tear that ship out like 3 times in that hour. It was right when they both went over. That's right when they had opened up the ascension to 6-star space. Both of those guys jumped up to about 65 or 66 right out of the box, and I watched Bob tear up his Navarre 3 tiers in an hour's time. And it's not like he had all that stuff in reserve because like I said, he jumped up from 60 to 65 just right away. So did Grizz. I don't know. I'd research it though. I would look into it. Uh, ask around on the private Discord a little bit. Now the one guys I've been facing in arenas that I would like to be on their side is whoever wherever server those Phoenix guys are on. Because they got some really strong players on that server. Whatever server that is, they got some really strong. They got some really strong players. I would that would be my first choice. I wouldn't say that your spending's fine. You can get a you. I didn't. There was a time where I didn't even. I don't think I maybe once in my 40s when I went from 38 or 37 or 38 to 42 did I spend more than that. I mean, I started spending a little bit more like mid 60s, but that I would never spend more than like $200 on a weekend. I spend a lot of time saving up for stuff. That's why for the longest time some of the PVE officers that I didn't think were really I would have to make it when we would have like the Voyager one. I literally had to I bought Brianna Troy. Won't lie to you on that. I bought her. She was the one I spent money on, and then I did pretty well in the uh, leaderboard events. I didn't win them. I probably got finished top five on all those, except for the Janeway one. I think I may have came in first or second on one of those leaderboards, but I saw how good Brianna was going to be as an officer, um, for both armadas and for the but and yeah, same thing with the Strange New World ones. I had to choose the first ones, like the Pike and Spock and whatever. I went hard on Spock during the rare stuff, and then the other ones I earned through gameplay. I don't think I did real well because I think it was when I first jumped up to 42 in the 40s, and we still had some pretty big spenders on it's on 75. Then I might have finished top 10 or something at that point. But to actually win the leaderboards, you could spend thousands of dollars to win it. I'm not going to say that you can't, but the best combination is to don't don't do like I did this week, and because I just wanted to put some points on this Scotty leaderboard thing because I would like to have some shards. Right now I'm number one, but that's not going to hold. 30 million, 30 million's not going to do anything. If you look, if it's not up anymore, it took to get the quasi one. I had to score 400 million to win that. But I went ahead and made. Well, I can't show you right now, but I went ahead and made two upgrades to the Kretschna. One of them didn't count for all, it just because it used commons, but I definitely wanted my shield upgraded. All I needed was it used parts, and then the big gun on it, the disintegrator. Uh, That one's what scored that points for me right there. Was that one score, that one's. But yeah, now I mean I wouldn't recommend, and if you can get away with it on your server and be competitive, I wouldn't recommend spending more than what you do in the game. But what the thing is, what you have to learn is um, to be smart with the resources. Look at events that actually gives you stuff that's going to advance you, and the other stuff, don't sweat it if you don't finish well in the leaderboard event, or if you don't finish one. I mean, I always try to finish them all, but like I'll show you an event right now that half my server's going to goober out on, and it's this one, the reputation one. Now I got all three. I'm locked out on all three, so that this it doesn't gaining the rep doesn't help me right now as far as the game goes. But even if it did, this is the prize, Syndicate XP. And I can guarantee you the guys that are high on this list, for the most part, will all be the same as me up here at 55. You know, but see, what I'm going 22 without even trying, and I actually got in ninth place for the Chaos Tech damage thing, and I wasn't even trying to do it, and that's okay. Even though I got Syndicate XP I can't use, but because I actually said to that one guy I was telling you about, it's on my server, when he was going mad crazy on that event, because there is the way to score in that event is to do polys up in 70 space. On that is to get you a group together and knock off a bunch of those polys. That's where the big points were made, and he was frantically trying to get going. Not waiting for the next guy to come up there and make sure we got less damage. He was doing them as quick as he could get them done, and uh, and I said, you're not actually trying to win this event, are you? And I said, your Syndicate XP is yours is leveled out if mine is. And he goes, yeah, I'm done with that. And I said, well, why are you going so hard on an event that you for rewards you can't use, dude? And he's like, well, I don't want so and so to win it. Well, I said, well, I know he's probably 55 too. So what do y'all want to be, the king of nothing? Come on, dude. Because I was wondering, why was he doing yesterday? Why was he all over my ass to speed up? I was trying to wait for other guys to get up there if they wanted to. Because I usually wait when the 15-minute ones. I usually wait like to the 10-minute mark before I speed up to give anybody a chance that wants to join in can. But then there are times where I'm short for time, and I'll say, hey guys, I'm soloing these. I'll let them know before I even start the first one. Because really, I don't need anybody's help to clear any of those indie ones. I mean, I haven't for a long time. I mean, there were times with me and the guy that's the admiral of this deal when we were both the one of the few people that had a higher tier 60 epic. We would go up there with our Rotarans and kill those things. Two, we took both up. We needed both of us to do it, but we could dual put those things out ourselves. We didn't need any help, but we could do the uncommons completely by ourselves, but we needed on the rare we actually needed some one other 60 epic ship. It didn't really matter if it was high tiered or not. We just needed one more to do them. He claimed he could solo them, but I don't know. I don't. He could solo the uncommons by himself. As much hull damage as we got on from both of us. And looking at the uh, report, I don't know if I really believe that or not. I mean, he kind of likes to play his cards a little bit with me on power stuff because there'll be a day where I'll catch him and he knows it. Not like me and him are friend. We've been friends since I was op 22 and he was like ops 30 or 31, something like that. We've been friends since. He's the only person that I would say is my friend off of this thing. There are there's guys, there's some dudes that I like, but he's the only person I would call. He's the only person that actually had. Well, there's a couple of people do, but it was because they were sending me something that they like a battle report that they wanted me to look at. So I've got a few of the people on this alliance that are on my personal my personal Discord handle thing, but nobody else is. I mean, if you look at my deal, it's the people I have on my to DM me. They're all um, community managers, and they. I've talked to me and Rev have talked on in channel, but that's it. I actually didn't. I don't. I didn't come to play this game to make friends. This is this like I told him. This is my West world where I get to be the guy in black for a little while because I'm not like that in real life. But here I can be who I want to be. I can be the heel, and I definitely am. Believe me, if you could talk to people that were from this server and you asked them about me, it's probably not going to be something good you're going to hear. What would you spend on in the 40s? We've already got the. Uh, I'd have to look at it real quick, man. Let me go into the ships in the 40s. Now, at one time, a few years ago, or a year or so ago, I would have said the Talios is one of the better ships in the game. I think now the Revenant. Where is it at? Okay, I guess you get that a little bit further on. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it by. Let's put it by shipyard level, so that way I can kind of gauge. Because I don't remember because the way that they've been throwing these ships out, some of them they started op levels I was already past. Um, this little ship you can free to play, especially if you're already got a warship that you can grind. like I'm doing right now with mine, is not necessary. But you can. The one thing about it, it's cheap to repair. You can send it out there to die every night or whatever. That's basically it. What primes matter? It just depends on your game. It, if you're looking to be the biggest baddest dude on the server, you always want to press on with the PvP ones. But you can ask Rev. I haven't really uh, the one that was a game changer prime. I don't know that it's been saturated with so many other efficiencies in the game. Is it as good as it used to be? I can't tell you. But when I was a level 40 guy, there was not a better prime in the game than this one. I think it's in the I don't know if it's in the combat or the station. We'll look into combat first. I think it might be in this actually in the station or galaxy. I'm gonna look in here first. Yeah, I don't think it wouldn't be that far back. It may be in the station. What is this? Okay, this would be one that you for your buildings. That one's a good one. I haven't done it because I've already done something similar somewhere else on here. But and plus, right now I'm not built. When this came into, I was done building all my buildings. So this one here, let's see. This one you can grind for free because you get the uh, so this one you can get for free. This is one that with this stuff from the orbit pool you do and one of the deals you can get this one for free. This is if I was still in the 40s in the 40s I would already had this one done with the free stuff I got right there. Prime select. Okay, that's for these. Okay, that's where this thing. I was wondering which where you spent that. That's one of the things that's in that pack. But luckily for you, that they got a pack right now that's probably if your budget's $200 a month, this $50 pack might be the one that you might either go over budget 1 month or do it. Let's see. I'm trying to find that. I was pretty sure it's in here. No, I don't. I don't see it. Oh, here we go. These primes. These are the first ones. This is here. It's a multi-level prime. Um, but the first buy you get up to level 5 on each of these. One of them's for the ship parts, and one of them. This was a freaking game changer when it actually uses that same material. So you could free to play maybe this one, or part of it at least. But yeah, this is the one that Rev and DJ had the big. I think that was when they almost both got knocked out of the program because they put this multi-level prime. This was the first one, but if you saw how easy it was for me to tier up once I'm past the obsolete, the like the G5 ones don't take much for me to uh, tier out now that I'm in 6G. It's because of these two right here. Um, but there are other efficiencies in the game, and I don't know whether it's as powerful as it used to be. But for me, it was a game changer. I would my ships would definitely would not have been where they are. I would probably still be in the 50s somewhere if it wasn't for this one, because I value my ships more than my ops level. Uh, but for building, this is a nice one here. And you can get that stuff's in the store right now. And this one here, like I said, you can free to play that one. Um, I don't remember what loot that these guys used. I didn't buy these. It must have been to it must have been one of those primes that use the next level tier level higher on the like it used 5-star materials to mats to do it, because I know I didn't buy those. I think I used them. I think the only reason I did these, I was already past that, and once I did it for the leaderboard event to spin mats. Trying to see if there's any other primes I would tell. Let's look at the galaxy tree. Okay, there's some primes in here that are for the critical floor. Those are good PvP ones. I don't remember if this used regular materials or not. I think it did. I did these, but I don't think they have any value in the game right now, because you get it's a lot easier to get faction credits now than it was back in the day. If I was in the 40s today, uh, those would be low on my list, because we didn't have that little space where you could go in there and get the message stuff. My rare common income is 0, so I had to earn. I had to earn the event currency. Okay, but I'm telling you, those I would look at all the PvP primes and see if you need them or not. Um, but those particular ones I just showed you there, those are ones that will help you out. You know, especially any kind of building prime or ship parts or mats or whatever, for either one of them, for building or for for your ships. Those are all worth looking at. If you got the trigger to pull to do it, then it's worth it. Like they're primes I don't have because I didn't think they were high value, or I couldn't afford it when they were introduced. Like there's one here that was one of the biggest reasons I'm eyeing that $49 pack, is because I didn't have the cash to get this critical floor one. And there's also this prime too, so I don't know if that one's worth it. But this one is any kind of critical floor, isolytic damage. Uh, there's so many good primes in far as, like you see. I didn't do this one for Trillium D. I wished I would. I wish I would have had the extra cash to do it. Like you can see, all these ones that I prioritized in this thing were these right here: isolytic damage, the damage against players. Uh, Look, you can see the ones I got maxed, and some of them I just did because I had a loot, and or it made me go this far. Like here's the other ones. Here's another one's Epic Station module. There's a bunch of ones you can get by doing the game. These weren't ones you buy, but these are good researches. The one that you can see, the first one that I went for here was this one. I did what I could do. I just went right down this line and did what I needed to do to finish this one. But now they added some newer ones. Uh, Here's some stuff for the station, which uh, I'll tell you right now, I haven't. I was the time that they could put these in the game. Uh, I was already. They weren't worth anything. I'm not. They not. They are worth something. I'm not saying they're not, but I was already beyond the place of needing them. Okay, that's a better way to say it. But if I was if these would have came out 6 months before, uh, even though as much as I wanted the premium health, this would have helped me a lot more than that right now. But when it came out, I was almost done with. I was like high 68 and already had enough. I knew that I had enough para that I was going to be okay. So I still went for the premium whole health. And now here I'll probably end up doing this, but right now what I'm trying to do is to finish this one because these two right here are more are the. I went for the parts because the parts are harder to come by, and but these two right here are important. As soon as what do I need to get that one? I need to get that one up to 8. So when I get an event where I can get the premium dust, that dust is going to go here if I can do it. I'm going to try to get these up, and then I'm going to get then I'm going to work on this bunch because there's some really good one back here. But it's all kind of just looking at your game, what's important to you, what's not important to you. It's I mean, now there are dumb things you can spend stuff on. If like the guy that will go into the event store. Let's go in the event store and let me find it in here. Oh, I'm sure they do. Oh, here we go. Now, if your whole thing is buying a frame or quasi, you're gonna spend 150,000 of this loot on a. There are guys that do that. I swear to God, there are guys that'll go in here and spend. Now, this used to be a bigger player in the event store for me because that was a cheap way to get your cloak. Because once you get up to the higher ships, they don't. One of those packs doesn't give you a full cloak. You have to end up spending like $500-600 to get your cloak. I would go in here and use it. They didn't have it on faction credits past the. I want to say the 5-star rares is where they stopped it. You could get one with faction credits for your Navarre or whatever the common ships, but the epics and rares, you had to buy those bad boys. And I used to come into the event store and I would kind of split it between officers and the cloak, and made the second time that I almost quit the game was when they introduced the faction. They introduced that you could buy the cloak on with faction credits in the store, because what I ended up doing is the first, usually if you ever notice it, and it happened in this deal, when they have like a arc, a double arc that has this event store ish, like this whole one has been. Uh, Usually the loot is heavier on the front side than the back side. So when they did that middle month on the second one, they decided to uh, put the cloaks in the faction store. Well, I'd already spent all. This was for my Rotarian, and I'd already spent all my event store credit on enough to get, like I said, it cost fixed. You had to buy six $100 packs for the Rotarian cloak. So I had enough for 4 packs that I bought in the event store, like you saw over there. And so I said, you know what? I looked at how the thing was slowing down. I'm not going to get it. So I went ahead and pulled $200 of my own money, bought 2 more packs, and the very freaking next day, they put the damn things in the faction store. I was so pissed off. I mean, I wrote so many nasty letters to the people, because I told them I want compensation because you should have, if you're going to do this, this should have been in the day one of the arc, not the mid of the second part of an event store one where I spent all my event loot and $200 on something that I had faction credit for that I could got for free. I hope I don't die. Nope. I don't know why I did it. I'm full. I don't know why I even did it. Who's this? Yeah, he's mad at me. I took about 10 million in loot from him yesterday. Uh, so I think he's trying to eye me and see if he can hit me with that cube. That would be the stupidest mistake ever. Because I could probably beat his cube without nobody in the. Because as much hole plating stuff I got on this bad boy. Yeah, because I've got on this ship here. Uh, yeah, he was sitting there looking at me. I'm an OPC, so he's thinking, I mean, I can't let me go get that from him. That's what he's thinking. Good luck with that. But there is a thing where you can buy with the galactic claim. There's a hull plating. You see, I'm right. I got 2 more tiers, and I'm done with it for this one. I think it goes up to 15. Let's see. Yeah, so I've got 2 more, and I'm almost there. Now I'll get some of it, and then uh, the next time I make a pull on what is it, for the Crenum champion or whatever. There's some. It gives you a bunch of galactic acclaim. Let's see, do I got 100 yet? I got 114. Let's go ahead and bring it back down so we don't give away too much loot to them. So that's how much loot that I got. That's what I'm saying. That I was talking about this the other night when they decided to redistribute this thing, because the way that it worked before, that was heavy on the epic. Your second place was the rare. Then you got a little bit of uncommon up here, and then you didn't get any of this. And now what they did is they distributed it to, like you would in that. What I'm saying, they just redistributed it up here for the higher players that complained that they had to grind in 3 different places to be able. But the problem is that they didn't reciprocate that to the lower players. I think I hit some 40s yesterday and even some 50s. Even when I went up to the 50s, you still weren't getting any epic at all, and that's not right. It should be where you get heavy common, a little bit, it should work higher as you go up. It should be the other way around. Um, up here in the 30s, you get mostly common, just a little shriver of the other three, and then up here 40, you get heavy common, about the same as what you saw me up there with the uncommon, barely any rare, barely any epic, but you're still getting something to build. Because there are some dudes that are never going to be able to get up here where I'm at, you know, and it's not really fair that I'm getting a bunch of common where these guys don't get no epic. That stops me from having to come back down here and do some grinding anymore. But they complain so much in the VIP thing. Oh, we got to. So they think it was mid arc. They did during the mid arc, or was it, I don't know if it was the first of the arc or the mid arc. They changed that, but it should have been universal, not just heavy on the heavy hitter side of the things. And good luck with that to the guys that are low. Shouldn't have been done that way. See, I like to reward the lower players that are trying to get better. The ones I don't want to reward is the guys that, like we've got people on my server who've been playing as long as I have, who are not. What's ops 40? You said you're in the 40s. What ops 40 are you? Yes, getting con. You don't have to buy him. You can get him in the. You can get him free in the. I wouldn't buy con. I would buy the extra chair for absolutely, but save your money on con and just hit this loop. I'll show you how to get him. The first thing you're going to have to do to get him, spender. No, don't you don't have to spend to get con. And the cool thing about it, once you do, and you to get him and con, the best way to do it is to work on your reputation, get it up to what level is it? I can't remember what the superior. Okay, and then doing that, you're going to be helping yourself in this part of the loop right here. This right here will give you the loot that you can spend to do other things with. Uh, but free to play con's the easiest thing there ever has been, especially him too. And how you do that is once you get superior, all that loot you've been, those drop boxes you've been getting, now you can spend them on uh, these missions down, these going against these guys, and probably an ops 40, maybe a level 3 is probably as high as you want to try. I would go ahead and work the pyramid and see where you're stalled out at. And once you get stalled out, come back on this channel and we'll see if we can figure your crew to beat it. But I know you're not going to be able to do this one or this one, so don't even try at 40. You may be able to do the captain. You'll definitely be able to do the cadet and the ensign, but you might be able to do the captain. But don't even be tempted to go to do the warlord or the nightmare. It took me, oh gosh, it took me till my Kretschna was tier 15 or 14 before I could do it. And I had to monkey around with a bunch of crews till I figured it out. And I'll show you the crew right now, the one that I used to do it, to beat the nightmare. And I'll show you. This is what you do. I'll get these drop boxes, and these are more important to me than the loot right now. You get 5,000 of these champion trophies. You go in here. You use. I don't. I might have enough to get the 9,000 one. That's the one I want, the warlord, because I can do the nightmare, but it costs me too much and other resources to get my ship where it needs to be to get it. So it to me it's more makes more sense to hit two of the warlords and one of the because you don't get that much difference in loot. If you got double the loot, then I would definitely do what I had to do. But so now I go in here. I don't have enough loot. I'm not through with the event, I don't think. So I'm going to go back up there and get me 2,000 more. Let's see how much more I actually need. I need 1,900 more. So of the officer stuff. But see, I could go do the ensign one, and 7,000 you get a mission, which they send a hostile out, you kill it, and then uh, you get loot. You use those insignia loot to come over here and pull these chests, and each one of these chests got one conchon. So you can see right now, I got enough. I can make 10 pulls, and that gives me 10. And you just go back and forth. And also, what you're getting is these 500 Jocahome, Jocaum. I don't know how you say his name. I've heard so many people pronounce that name so many different ways. Um, I thought maybe I could listen to somebody else and hear. See, that's another bug that's in the game. When I go out of it, and it puts me in Federation. But you go over here and you use. Let's see where it's at. Upgrade him, and you use that affinity to upgrade him, and it gives you shards, and it's super easy. I did it in a week, but I hit it hard because I wanted him done because I didn't know what they were going to do with the next arc, if they were going to continue this or do something different. I knew they were going to bring this little ship, was the only thing that I knew was going to come in the game. Um, but this, so buying the extra slot is isn't it in the event store? I don't see it because I already got all the slots that you can get. But I do believe they do have a one slot that's available in the event store that you could get for free. Or just not free, but through gameplay. Unless you already have that one. See, now I don't know what to spin this on because I got all three of these. I got both of these the first time they ran this event in the last arc, and then I've got uh, finished this one up, and I used up all the skill points. I don't know what I want to spin this on because these pulls are kind of ridiculous on the amount, but really this is the only thing in this store or I guess this. I don't know how many of these do I need. 75. I don't think I'll get it before the arc ends. We got 9 days, and I don't know if we're gonna have 9 days worth of ways to get the loot. So I think I'm gonna go ahead and just get proto matter. Even though I think this is a waste of something. But they didn't give you much in this store, actually, to spend this loot on. And that's all I can get. Okay, yeah, see? Right there. Because he's on one of my YouTube guys. You see that, what he said right there? That's what it costs to get the slot for free on. But yeah, I think you would have to plan that from the beginning. I don't. 120,000 of the loot's pretty high. You'd have to decide. I'm going to go for the free commander slot day one. Yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. I'm on both. But the guy's asking the question, he was on YouTube, so he's not going to see your answer. I got enough to make this, so I've got enough loot to make this art practical. Yeah, I mean, I kind of look at the same way. I try to look at the things that I value the most, and that's see, all this is gravy right now. I've got all the stuff that I wanted out of this thing. Anything that I pull, like for this guy here, uh, good. I thought about spending it on Quasi, but I got too far to go with him. I'm not that far away from tearing out McCoy. Well, this will make it easy when they actually put him somewhere, acquisition him in the stores. One of these things here, whatever's coming out next arc, these guys will probably be. He won't probably, but both of these officers and the two that they put this time, they'll find a way to put them in the game somehow. But I imagine we don't see him acquisitioning until because of one thing is this shred thing right now. That's the real most valuable type thing in the game. I imagine they try to sell him again before we see him actually uh, ways to get him in the game. I'm surprised he's here because you notice if you look where it was the easiest to tear up one of these officers, he ain't in here. He should be in here with these guys. Neither one of those Apex Shred. I'm surprised she's in here. But anywho, let's see. I don't think I got enough to get a Mirror Picard shard. That's where I'm going. Look how. Okay, what's the deal with that? It was seven. Let me go into the deal. There's been some weird things with this. Okay, I got some more tokens. Let's go because if you go into the officer, it's 720, I think. I don't know, 760 or something like that. Yeah, 762. You just saw that it showed 800 over there. What's up with that? How far do I go into the mirror universe? I was doing the 68s and 70s. I haven't really been doing it lately because I was using that to farm Sigma speed ups and I don't need them right now. Now when I did, I lived in there. That's the only reason why I'm a level 70 and not a 65 or 66 is because I got all those speed ups and mirror space. See, now it's showing the right amount. It was showing 800 here before. See, I'll have him done before the end of this arc because I'm going to use my uh, whatchamacallit loot on him. So I'll have Mirror Picard tiered out. I never thought I would do it because it's so hard to get. So for the Mirror Crew, I have her at 4. Where's old Mr. Data at? I got Data completely tiered out. I've got, let's see what. I've got her, I think I've got her tier 4. And I've got Troy at tier 3. She's the one I need to work on next. But so this was a good arc for me. I'd got on these 2 arcs, even though I don't like the mechanic and all the things I just showed you have to do to get the thing that you need. Don't like that, but this has been the best officer acquisition arcs in the history of the game. I can't like all my PvP except for uh, Field Marshal Q. I was able to tear them out. I tiered those out, and then I started working on. I think I got DeGiorgio to the Section 31 DeGiorgio to tier 4. And I don't who other epic did I don't think I did another epic besides Mary Picard. I was focused on the rares because I knew that how expensive the uh, loot was for them. Your buck went the farthest with doing as many of these rares as you could. Like for DeGiorgio, you're looking at uh, you know versus half the price for Rachel Garrett here. She's only got, well, even less than that, 13.20 for a shard. Like if I run short and I don't have enough to do an epic, she'll be the one I'll probably put or no, I don't know. I'll have to think about that a little bit harder. I wish I would have had enough, would have had a little bit. This part of the arc has been low on this stuff because they've been doing the other for the other part of the store. But if it had been the same as the other arc, I would have probably focused on him next. Got him up to tier 4, then went to Miss Garrett here. But the one officer that lost a lot of her value was Carol Marcus. Now you can put Carol Marcus on one of your regular ships and she's going to do really good for you. But basically that little ship that we just got in the game, it does the same thing as Carol Marcus. As far as this is the way you'd want to use her because let's see what's the other for her. We need to go look and see what her. When your hull takes damage from a non-armada hostile, you increase your shield mitigation for. She's not too bad below deck, but her real use is on the side getting this loot. I mean, I need to run a test with the Reliant putting her on it, but the Reliant's so weak right now. I'll have to do that when I tear it up a little higher, where I don't take the whole damage I take from taking one of the people that I put on the crew to help me. See, I grind my Reliant in these spaces here. I take turns to make myself not predictable. And but my Reliant I can don't I take a bunch of hull damage in there, but I'll go in there and die at about probably 30. This one I'll do about 50, 60. This one will do, gosh, this one will, down here, it will do 100 plus. My ship gets too full at that point that I have to bail out because I don't want to if somebody comes and pops it, I don't want to give them that much OPC. Down here, I'll just do it until I get OPC and leave. But this one here, man, this one here, I took well over 100 hostiles with it. And with its loot gain and everything, it fills that thing up pretty quick. Let's see, let's go up there. But anyway, let's get back to the game. I'll show you what these missions look like too if you haven't seen me do one. We go up here and earn our loot real quick. Let's see if we're done with the event. First of all. I don't think it's a leaderboard event. I think it's a milestone event. And then the leaderboard is on another leaderboard's on. No, one of them's for building it. The other one's an alliance one. So basically, this is the building part of is the. What did we get? We get some of this loot, that one from the Carol Marcus buy in there. So where am I at right now? Well, what would I get? Just the loot, which I'm okay with that. What we get for winning the alliance one? See, that's not enough. That's not enough for the loot to get first place in this. This needed to be like 100,000 right here, and then go down to 50, 25, and then where these are at, move these all the way down. That is not enough. That's not enough loot to win for your alliance winning this event. It's just not. Mirror Universe needs Steam again. I mean, no, man. If you're not completely locked out like I am, you should be doing Mirrorverse every day, even if there's no event, no whatever, because you're gonna need it to for the Sigma speed ups. You're gonna need it for parts. You're gonna need it for the reputation. Um, the one thing that Mr. Tiger did right was those systems. That's really the only part of after the arc was over, that's the only part I ever engaged in, was going into this one here. When I could, before I got my cube up to like tier 14, I used to use my Rotaran in this one. And then after I got tier 14, I started going up here, taking about half a hull worth of damage and then finishing them in here. And then as I got higher and higher, I ended up just staying in there. That's a good strategy, is if you can't stay there the whole time, pick a place in your hull that you know that you can go back, slide down to the lower one and finish it out in. Because, but these right here drop Sigma's 15 hour and 15 hour speed ups and 15-minute speed ups. And I need to go in here and shake this guy. I didn't know I was already in the space. Thank God for sometimes they're late on putting that thing up there. Okay. Where's it coming from? There it is. Let's go back, recall, and stop. How do I refill my gate voucher? I'm always low for first. There are oh gosh, there are a couple different ways to do that. You can actually go into the refinery. Let's go into the Mirrorverse refinery. There are, I think it's in this one, Rift Key Exchange. You can exchange this stuff and get, there's your common Rift keys. Like those are your uncommon. Then you've got your premium. Use it to buy it right here. And I need to make some redemptions here. I'm not spending on any. You notice everything in here. I'm saving this for Mirror Picard, because I'm probably going to be. It's probably going to be 2 weeks without being able to pull anything in here. But the stuff that gives you Trillium D. Like, I'll go into this thing here with that one. See, this uses that stuff. That's different than Trillium D. That's an Omega stuff. Okay, so this one gives you a free claim of Trillium D. I'm going to be doing that. Of course, these two pulls and this one. And the one you just the Omega stuff, that's okay for me to go in here and pull that when I'm able. I just don't need I don't need this dust anymore. The only dust I can spend anything on is the Omega, which I already get from the other thing. And I can, uh, and premium, which there's no premium in here. So I've got tons of this that they ever put away where I can, uh, transfer it. But if you look in the one where you can do that, there's no premium in here. I can't go in here and here's the efficiency change. Well, that's not the right thing. Where's it at? There's one in here that, oh yeah, it's in the same store. I'll trade downs. Who care? You notice there is no premium. There's no way I can get trade Epic to premium, or even if you were crazy and wanted to go premium down, there's not even that in here. But that would be that'd be kind of dumb. I think here you go. You can get common ones right here too. Trading some of this premium, some of this for that. I don't know. I never had problems getting the keys that I needed to go in there. And I used to do it almost every day, guy. I would go in there 2 times a day at least for a long time. I never really had problems pulling it. I don't know why. I can't tell you why, but I never had problems not having keys to go in and do it. And I didn't buy them. I'm telling you that. I wouldn't. That's something I would not spend money on. I think that you just hadn't found some of the places you can redeem it yet. Looking through that thing, look at some of the stuff you can trade, some of the stuff that you can redeem. But once you get the ball rolling again, you can probably be okay. But I'm just saying that I only had problems with keys. I forgot. Yeah. Yeah, I can be on that list too. God, I hate when I lose my keys. Uh, One of the things that we have to do on my job, mostly my job's a lab technician, but sometimes I run the controls for one of the plants, and sometimes they do what they call the B man, which is uh, you're out on the plant, you're grabbing the samples, and when trucks come in with chemical deliveries, um, you have to go and do it. And one of the plants that one of their chemicals is not on the plant grounds itself. It's on a little piece of land they bought next door to it, and it has its own gate key and all this stuff. And I was given the key that opens that up. Oh, good. Here we go. Let's get this guy. He's dead meat. He's dead meat. That's got to be the unluckiest warp into a system ever, where he puts him right in front of me. That's like, thank you, Lord. I didn't have to chase him or anything. I just had to push kill. Yeah, his buddy should have told him that I was in here. He took him. I don't know if you were on when I first came into the system. He was in here with his cube and hauled balls when he saw my ship warp in. I need to do not forget to do the Q's trials and finish that up after I finish this run. That's what I'll do next. I should be done. Well, I'm done with the SMS. I want to get enough loot for the so I can run one of those missions real quick. Oh man, he warped right in front of me, man. That was greatness. He got sent home the quick way. Yeah, I think he's in here looking for the bonus ship because he was only in here for a few seconds, but he wouldn't have to worry. He's protected. He's got the heart. There's the lone. That was, I think it was Lone Star. I think let's go in there and look at their roster real quick. Alliances, power. Here we go. They got that fixed finally. What's wrong? I don't want to do that. Let's see. All right, let's go power. He's a 68. Yeah, it was Lone Star. That's what you call unlucky. That was his luck. With his luck up here was worse than mine on the bonus ship. That was a 5 second life in this. I gotta see what crew. Maybe he had balls enough to try to come and get me, thinking I had a PVE crew he could beat me. No, he did too. Not a good one. I mean, that was an okay crew to use up there, but he doesn't have anything. Janeway, you see, I'm using Janeway, but this is the key right here for this one. That and have Quasi below, that's the biggest factor why I'm able to go up here and just go to town on these. Now I can beat the 70s, but I just take too much hull damage. And they don't pay out as that. You know what I'm saying? The difference in hitting a 70 hostile and a 68 hostile isn't worth the constant flights you would have to go up and down to do it. But he might have been doing the same thing. He might have been looking for the loot ship. And then he just found he got the bonus plan. He got a free ride home instead. So we're going to try to hit 100 of these. I hope. And that'll lower this thing here for that Fit Forbidden Technology event. It'll give me some. I think I've already hit 2 milestones already on it, so it's going to make it a little bit easier. But I usually don't do any Q's trials from like Sunday on, just so I don't. I've had a deal where I didn't have enough bells to finish the stupid thing, and I need some rods to put in one of my mining ships to switch. I need enough rods to. I'm almost there. I'm like 2 or 3 day pulls from unlocking it, and then I need 6,000 more to do the exchange. So I'm gonna pull it off one of my Selkies. I still got my Federation mining uh, one on one of my Selkies because I haven't been able to I mean, it takes forever. That's the one poor sourcing that they have is for those fusion rods. And it costs like 60,000 of those things to put it on these bigger ships. I don't On the little ships it's not, it's still expensive, but it's not insane. I actually had to spend money to put it on this one because I didn't want to wait. Because I knew it would put my ship at too much of a my warship at too much of a disadvantage not to have forbidden tech on it. So as soon as I unlocked it, I spent $100 to buy a fusion rod so I could put the forbidden tech on it from day one. Because it's too slow to earn it. It's hard. I think I've been earning these fusion rods for the Federate. Oh gosh, I gotta stop it. Ah, I hit my own damn. Oh my God, did I just beat one of the? I sure did. That's Here you go. That's lightning striking twice for me. I need to go buy a lotto ticket really quick. I had one of my enemies pop right in front of me in here, and then I kill the chaser. The one you got 90% chance of dying. That's only the second time I've ever done it. And the other time I done it, I did. It wasn't because I'm. Oh, now it's coming in again. I'm gonna have to clear the chaser again. All right, let's take it over here. See, that's me trying to be in a hurry and not. I should have. I didn't notice it wasn't moving. That's a clear. Okay, so we're gonna hit these, and I'm gonna cut that off of there. Let's go all the way here. I'm just giving me some room. Yeah, I like it when it's like that, where it's got the ship is actually here, but it's showing the ship actually right there. See, now after it does it, he's back where he belongs. At least he's 66. I'll know that it makes it a little bit easier to stay away from him too. When I clicked on that, I said, "Oh crap!" I knew I'd screwed up the second I did it, but I couldn't get it to clear fast enough because it was the next one in the queue. You can do it, but you gotta act faster than what I did. Yeah, these hiccups. My poor grandfather, he used to get them bad. He had them so bad that he had to go to the hospital because he hadn't slept like in 5 days, and he had heart problems. He had heart problems worse than mine. I've never had a heart attack. I have heart episodes when I had my AFib, but knock on wood, I've never had a heart attack. Heart attack. But my grandfather had several of them, and that's how he died. But bless his heart, man, he had the hiccups for 5 solid days. He had to go to the hospital, and they didn't do a procedure on him, but they gave him some kind of medication, and it was something that something was inflamed or something like that that kept it going. but it's annoying. Now I've had, after taking this medication, I've had them bad a couple of times to where I thought about going to see a doctor, but then they'd stop. And so far today, these will go, it'll go away, come back, go away, come back. Well, they came back like twice while I'm doing the stream here. How long? I've been on for almost 3 hours now. I need to go here shortly. Because after this, I think I'm going to finish this run out. Once I finish this run out, then we'll do the Q's trials, and then probably I'll cut off the stream. I need to go out in my truck and get my amps out of there. I got it locked, so, and I'm close enough. If somebody got into my car, my alarm would go off, and I would hear the crashing of the window. Yeah, I forgot too. I need to do my laundry tonight. Oh boy. Oh, it ran out already. Okay. One got me a drink of water. I was hoping that would help. Did they start that over again? Let me look at the numbers of this chaos tech thing. I thought they finished that already. Look how many points I got. I can tell you this guy doesn't need the point. Need the Syndicate XP. This one doesn't. I know he doesn't. Half the guys that are up here on this leaderboard are battling for nothing. And I say that because they they're sitting at 55 like I am. I know they are because I know they goobered out on that Syndicate XP. Yeah, there were a bunch of guys that finished it before I did, but I've only bought the packs like twice. One of them was that time when they had the milestone event upside down where you got the big payoff off the first tier, and the second tier got the second highest payoff. I did it. I spent $100 then for that, and then there was one that had an officer that I needed. If I could get those tiers that I needed, I could tear it out or tear it up, and I did that once. Other than that, I earned it all in either events or from the daily drops. God, that one of the guys I just hated on this in this alliance and on my server. He would brag that, oh yeah, I used all my multi-phasic credits to finish the milestone event. I go, I remember one time he said, I said, you used your multi-phasic credits for that? And he got mad because I said, that's literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That's like the one of the last things in that store that I would use multi-phasic credits for. There's too many stuff for your ships and for building. Let's see. Let's go into this. I think I've said this before, but oh, that just popped. That was perfect timing. What time is it? Do I have? No, I don't have time to get a lotto ticket. It's already closed. It's after midnight. So, oh gosh. So that means on dailies I got to. Damn it. Okay. See, I'm waiting until tomorrow to do this. Right now, I don't have any loot. I think I do have one or two starts, and then I'll go ahead. But I got two rares at least starts, and that'll be one of those rare starts is enough to clear the event. But tomorrow there'll be a bunch of guys doing Zindi armadas for the event, so I'm going to go ahead and wait to then, and I'll get some extra loot that way too. That's like I was trying to tell a guy I know who, hey man, you need to wait till tomorrow because you score on the spending. They don't let you. Almost did it again. Okay, we got 90, so we got 10 more to hit. You know what? No, I see. I don't. If I don't have room in the ship. I was gonna say, we can try to see if how my luck holds. I've killed one of these tonight and didn't die, but I don't have any place to hold the loot, so it'd be kind of stupid to take a shot at him. What we could do, let's break that off. What we could do is fly back, dump the loot, repair real quick, and come right back and see if I can kill him. Now for sure I'll die. Just hope he's still up there because they don't hang out there as long as the ones do in the other systems. I would be borderline whether he's still up here or not, but it's worth a shot. That's a lot of loot. And that should give me the ones I need anyway for the one of them was a PP he had from homes. We got enough for the mission now, but I'm not gonna do it. I want to go ahead and go back, repair, and come back up here. See if I can get it. Yeah, I wish it had the jump ability like the cube. We could definitely do it in time. Mm. Yeah, I don't know if some of the guys are just put in. Earlier I was talking about the battle pass and their officer selection being such a not a good one from how long these officers have been in the game. and how long ago it was their arcs were in play. I would say that most people that were eligible to get these officers during the arc would already have these tiered out. I did make my opinion known to my community manager and told him to pass it up to whoever was in charge of this. This was a poor. I can see putting one of them in here for the people who are a little bit behind, but they should have put a newer officer and left either one out. Probably Chapel I would have left and let E. Troy, I mean E. Bev here, uh, out, because E. Bev's a pretty. Uh, she is a pretty. I can remember there was a time where I was using her on the deck for something. I can't remember what it was. She was a niche. She had a niche use. I can't remember what it was now. But there was a time where I was using her on deck. She was she was one of the officers that would work in combination of the two other ones I was using. I can't remember the crew though. Now, but she was niche for about 5 minutes. But she's an okay officer. You you could use her on the side as, like, I don't know. I think there are a lot better people you could put on her officer ability. I mean, her deck ability is to get more broken parts from killing hostile. I don't have any problem filling my hull when I'm grinding, so I've never really used her for that. Uh, but I did remember there was some one crew I was running with her one time. I can't remember what it was, but whatever it is, it's not one that I use anymore. But Chapel's a one for hostiles for PVE. She's a really important officer to have and have her tiered out. Her officer ability is a loot boost for the Gorn stuff. I don't ever really use her for that, but you could. And Vielle, she's a really good officer for below deck. She's good PVE officer. I don't think she's quite as good as Chapel, but she's kind of another E huge, like a Hugh Borg Hugh. They're similar officers. They're both really good, but what Chapel does below deck, I think, is better than Hugh and her. But slightly. Ideally, you'd put all three of them on your deal, like you can see what I do when I do all the time. Somebody tell me, "Oh, that's overkill." Well, yeah, I want overkill. I really had somebody. I really had somebody send me a message on YouTube saying, "Why are you using both Hugh and her on the same crew? That's overkill." And I said, "Dude," and I just thought I was not nice about it. I said, "Well, just try it, and you'll see the difference, and not and just running one of them." Because I don't just throw. I mean, most of the time before I come on here and tell you guys this. I've already tested them. There's been a couple of times where I just tried one out for grins and found something out. That's happened a couple of times. But for the most part, I'll spend I'll go up in 67 space, and I'll sit there and put in a lower ship, like right now I would use my like my Rotaran or my Enterprise D up in 67 space. Like uh, if you put a shit crew on there, they're gonna die. It's gonna be a horrible death. So you're punching up quite a bit, and that's the thing. You want the test to be based on your uh, crew and not the ship. Now, sure, there are other better choices now for me than to use my Rotaran, but uh, this tells me what the crew's going to do to help me, you know. And I ran last time I did one of I think I put it online. I think it's my last crewing video. I ran 8 crews, different combinations of some of the same guys, and it was just after I teared up. It was either Janeway or yeah, it was Janeway. It wasn't the Doctor. I didn't have the Doctor. It was when I teared up Janeway. Uh, I was expecting Janeway to come in third because that was what my last test was, and uh, the test previous to that it was the Kirk brothers plus E Data, and then the next one was uh, E Picard, Ida, and Janeway was my second best crew, and then my third best crew was E Data, uh, Janeway, and then the Doctor on the side. And there weren't a lot of separation between those three, but still, when you're trying to hit that many hostiles, we've already it's too late to go back and go for that ship. I got sidetracked. Uh, but that's enough to do what we need to do. Let's go ahead and repair it. And we'll go up here, redeem the mission. So this is the second part of the arc. I mean, the second part of the mechanic into the, uh, or actually probably really the third, because the first part of the mechanic is getting the loot to get these boxes, and then using the loot these boxes to pull these officers, and then once you hit uh, superior reputation, then this part of the game opens up for you where you can uh, use that loot that you've been getting on one of these missions. And I'm going to do that one right there, the Warlord. And then when I get off this deal, it's going to do this, and I'm going to go to it. And some weird times they don't actually go in the system. Sometimes they don't. I don't know why it does that. But so I'm going to send my Rotaran, not my Rotaran, but my Kretschna after him. Because I've got a PvE crew in there. But I did say I would show you my Nightmare crew. I'll show you which, once I get up here and repair. Okay, now we got this gives you these insignias. You can take these insignias and go into the faction store, go to this thing here where you first first one after you unlock con, then you move over to this one, and this one is going to give you skill points and the affinity to unlock to get you shards, and it also uses this same stuff to tear him up. It uses quite a bit of this to tear him up. I don't think it's I don't know. I think it starts at tier 3 maybe, or maybe even 2. I don't know, but I remember doing it from 3 on, and it got big at the end. But but you can still if you're still trying to unlock him like you will be, you're still getting it here. So you're doing a dual thing. You're getting con and you're getting unlocking Jockum or Joe Cam or whatever. I've heard, I've heard like five different. Like I said, I heard five different pronunciations. I need to go watch the damn movie and go back and see what Khan calls them. I don't remember. That was some. That's a fact. I don't remember in the in the movie. Uh, but anyhow, uh, so you unlock this, and you'll get. So it'll take you 20 pulls to unlock him, and that you think that sounds like a lot, but I got 4,000, or you can get the insignias. Let's see how many I have right now. I got 9,000 total. Let's see if there's anything in that. I know the next thing I want to do, I don't have enough, but there were two options on it. So you got places here to spend those insignias, but you also um, have research you can spend it on in this way team. And the biggest one is this one, the Apex Shred. You can't see that now because I've got to finish some other stuff before I can do it. Um, I believe. No, that one takes the other loot, the prime loot. Let's see what this one takes. Prime loot. Okay. And then you've got two that I would highly recommend doing is this Khan's Favor, which drops uh I think it shows it on here. You get galactic tokens, you get a little I'll go in there and see if I can. I'm gonna do this one here. Because my next favorite thing's pretty damn high, so it did give me something. I think. I already went. It already got was bad for me earlier today. Okay, let's start. Yeah, this is one of the only ways you can get data is to do this, like doing this right here. I mean, I struck out earlier today doing the same one. It's not a it's not a givey. And that's what and it kind of makes me mad that it isn't. I mean, I used the exact same crew and didn't get just got success, but not critical success. All right. You said we're gonna do the quant. I meant to do Q's trials before the turnover so I could get the loot from both ones, but it ain't gonna happen this week. All right, so I don't think I need to repair. Let's go and do. Okay, I got to go into. And I just take it because it does. I got them. I'm finished with the thing, so I'm not gonna. Let's see what tier I am on this. How many far this I got to go. I may not be too that far from doing all the grinding. Yeah, I don't got that many to do. I'll do this easy. Yeah, there is no such thing as overkill in the game. This makes you have less hull damage, and that's there's one guy on YouTube I argued when I was talking about doing rep, and he goes, "Well, I can get more rep by using five instead of one of the officers." I was, "Well, yeah, you use five, you're not going to hit as many hostiles, and in the end, on a run, you're not going to get as much reputation as me." And he couldn't see that. And he would argue until the point I was like, "Hey, okay, we'll disagree to disagree. Do it your way." But yeah, sure, he was getting more per hit, but he was maybe with the crew that he was using and on the ship he was using it on, he's maybe getting 35 hostiles, and I'm doing over 100. So tell me who got more reputation out of that on one hole? Me. But you got to kind of balance it. You can go heavy on it, but you're not gonna unless it's just something that like some kind of event they have where you the quickest you can get a amount of loot. Then I can see using a crew like that where it's just all specialty stuff and nothing that will actually help you kill the hostile. And you can kind of do that now with the lower decks. Lower decks there wasn't that many lower decks as they are now in the game. This was maybe like how first part of me coming on YouTube. I think it was after my first reputation video I posted. He's like, "Well, you use seven, or not seven, 5 of 11. You'll get more. I get more reputation per." I said, "Well, yeah, that's true, but I'm hitting. You're not getting. You're not. You're taking a lot of hull health damage doing that." But you gotta balance it. You can't give up too much for loot or for reputation. You can't give up enough too much of that, or you're going to end up not a fit. I mean, I try to make it both, where I can efficiently grind where I'm at and get the most reputation possible. To me, that's the best combination. Maybe to other people it's not, but uh, I was the first person on my server to lock out all three. Even the guy that was ahead of me, I've beat him, and he had a bigger head start than me because he was in uh, up in here and could see everything, and I couldn't. I mean, to beat me, you have to put in a lot of hours to go in here and grind if it's something that I want. And there's one guy on my server that'll do it. That guy was just talking. The guy who's fighting with the other guy that's got max uh that's got max whatchamacallit sig uh syndicate XP. Both of them have max syndicate XP, and they're battling over to win a an event that pays out syndicate XP. you know I have to laugh at stuff like that because it's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, I'll let somebody be the king of nothing, man. Yeah, I'll let you do that all day long. He didn't like that reference at all. I can tell you that. Yeah, y'all can battle out and be the king of nothing. I'm in ninth place and I didn't even try. And I don't care if somebody comes in the middle of the night and passes me up on purpose. Don't care for this event. Because I mean, really, guys, I'm gonna tell you this early on. This is something that I wish that somebody higher would have placed in my mind. When you look at this stuff, ask yourself, does this, whatever it pays out, this pays out stuff for this is a bad example, but uh, like one of this event, if I'm maxed out on my Syndicate XP, do I want to go balls to the wall to try to win this event? The answer is hell no, man. And plus, I have, like I said, I got all three of my, I mean, there'd be one reason with Syndicate XP um, being the payout for me to score higher is because I'm trying to grind one or two of these to the finish. And yeah, I would have scored real high in this event if it was. I'm trying to think. I've got it. I've got the date on one of my YouTube videos from when I finished Romulan. Romulan was the last one. I don't know. One of you guys on YouTube can look, but you'll see that video on there. That's the date I finish it. So I'd have to go maybe a month behind that before this event. And they didn't have this when they started having this after I was done with Reputation. I mean, they would do it every once in a while, but not every week like we're seeing now, or every 2 weeks. I don't. They're doing it in regular repetition where they didn't do it back prior to that. Because I would have won this event every year, every time, because I was doing it anyway. Yeah, I would have made that guy go crazy grinding, trying to stay with me there. And he did. When we did have those events, he was all over trying to beat me, and I would beat him out like the last hour, and it would piss him off. You could tell. Yeah, heavy hitters. I was trying to think of the name of that event the other day. That's what this replaced right here. This where is it at? The damage one. There, this has replaced heavy hitters, chaos attack. This is the same thing, Syndicate XP. And we'll look at the top of here, and then you see there he is right there. So I bet he's high on the reputation one too. Nope. Maybe last night when we were talking about that, maybe he looked at this and saw it wasn't worth messing with. Maybe I made progress because I would figured he was high up here. Believe me, I figured he would have went up the mirror space and started grinding so he could win it. That's good to know, man. It really is. But what I'm saying is you need to ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze on some of these events? Sometimes they're not. Like like that one I showed you with that alliance deal for the uh was it for the augment one? Though the alliance reward is atrocious. I mean, we're gonna win it because we got a bunch of guys trying to win the chaos tech thing, so that's gonna factor in it too. No, it's not worth it. I don't think so. So what? Like I said, you won nothing. You can't do anything. They can't do anything with the Syndicate XP. Someone said it stores up, but who knows when they're going to open this up again? It was a long time. There was a lot of people that were stalled out on 50 before they added these last five. Was it 45 or was it 50 that they put? I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't get to the point. I wasn't maxed out when they expanded it. Right. It's pointless to do it until they do it. But it was either 45 or no, I think it was 45 because I do think we can look at let's look at the prizes. That'll tell us what it. Let's go back to 45. It's not giving me numbers now where I can see what the hell it is. But anyway, I think it was 45, and they added 10 new tiers. And there are a lot of guys on my alliance who are 45. They want, like the guy, the goober guy I was telling you, that sitting there wasting phasics on it. Because you look over here, and for you get this amount of Syndicate XP. He was using all his multiphasics so he could win the milestone event. And let me show you the stuff that he passed up to do that. Okay, look at this. Look at all this ore, and it's stuck like at a G3 level. I think it's G3 that it gives in there. Is it G3 or 4? No, it's G3 and 4. It's got some 5, but it used to not have that in there. It used to be, uh, but that it's not worth. I mean, not compared to the other packs. You got this station pack, like I said, it's fully loaded, man. This is a good choice for it. I've used it before to help me level stuff up when I'm working on my station, but for the most part, I've always used it on these 3. I don't think I've ever used it on the survey pack. I've never pulled one of those. That's one I've never pulled. But I have used it on all 3 of these. Like back when I was when I had my Katinga and I had my no my Navarre, I would be punching this. When I was doing my Quav and my Cause, I would be using this. And I've always been an interceptor guy. This is the one I've used the most. But if you look inside this pack, you're going to tell me you're going to buy Syndicate XP and you're going to skip this. Really? Come on. He got mad because I called him a moron, because he was a moron. He was spending valuable resources. So for the Syndicate XP event, man, I'm like, and he would buy packs too. He would lie about it, but we'd see it come up. He wasn't smart enough to come in here and do this with it. So you got a toggle in here. Anonymous giving. You see I've got mine on. It's not because I want to be secretive in my giving. I don't want to know people. I don't want even guys in my own alliance to know what I'm buying and what I'm not buying. I mean, I don't mind telling you guys that. I know there's some people on my server that watch it, but I do want the big key thing is that you don't have to be a crazy spender to be where I'm at 70. Did I spend money? Did I spend more money, enough money that I'm embarrassed that I spent that much? Yes, but I don't have a car sitting in. You're not looking at a car inside here. You might be looking at years worth of rent, maybe, but not, from my apartment, but not a car outside, not my truck, you know, not my $50,000 truck. No, I'm not there. But, and I didn't really spend till I got upper level. When I was your level, one of you guys' level, you'll say you're a low 42. I basically was battle pass, and I would pull. They used to be different. It doesn't look this way because it's different, because I'm a 6-star player instead of like a 3. When I would go in here and get, no, I'd go in here and get this pack. For me, it looks different than what it does for you. I think they may have redone it all, but what I get in the pack is different. Let's go into the factions. I used to buy, not the favors. Where's the? Oh, no, it's not going to be in here. It's going to be. Thought it would be in the factions, but it's not. Off. I would buy this. And basically would see this is a 4-star. Oh, it does have 5-star stuff in, but that's a joke right there. But you can see when you're a lower player, this was like, especially a 3-star player, used to have more of this in here. I would come in here and buy me crystal and get me Klingon faction credits. And I would do that like if I was really close to tearing my whatever ship, my D4 or whatever, out. But probably from 4 on, I never bought these packs anymore. It kind of shifted to where you would go in and buy the ship packs here, you know. They didn't have the ship packs, I don't think. And if they did, it didn't have as much crystal as that faction pack I showed you there. And you didn't have parts. Parts wasn't even on the radar at that point. But you need this pack for the parts as much as you do the mats or anything else in it. Especially for me right now, the parts are almost more important than the mats. I got other ways I can get the mats than a pack. But this is the only real big. And you look at this, 18,000 parts versus my uh, I need to finish this out. I'll finish this out and I'll put my ship in there. You can see what I'm looking, my pain. Like it would literally cost me, if I didn't do saving in between what I do, save my upgrades, uh, it would cost me $400 to do, just to buy the next upgrade for my ship. So what I usually do is I'll save get as many mats as I can during the week and parts, and then I'll usually get myself into a place where I could buy one of those packs and it tops me off. And you get lucky every once in a while, and they'll put push the wrong thing. They'll put one of these in here. And right now I think it's the Carol Marcus one's got the most bang for your buck. Let's look at this one. We'll look at the explore. Well, let's look at the battleship one. So the battleship one let's look at the parts. So I get 25,700 parts. So let's look at Carol Marcus. And this is what you need to do when you're doing this. Don't quickly go click, see what else the hell they got in here. And where's the Carol Marcus? She had, is that gone now? I thought there was maybe it's not limited time. Okay, there was a Carol Marcus thing in one of these. I must have went off on that had more parts than that did. And I actually bought that for the Interceptor. That was one of I think I spent $200 this weekend. I bought a Carol Marcus and then something else. But look at all the packs that are available for what you're trying to do, whether it be a ship or station or whatever. Look at everything in there. Don't say immediately say, I'm going to go hit this. And then you look, oh crap. If I would have looked in this next little selection, this one has more parasteel than the other one does, you know, or even when you have the treasury, use that treasury to your advantage too. There's many times where that treasury has been has helped me get like the last treasury. I ended up making. Hold on, let me go ahead and acquire this one. Hopefully this is the last one I need to finish this thing. Um, the last treasury I was able to make one upgrade on this ship, two upgrades on my Enterprise E, and either one or two on this 70 Romulan ship too. So I was able to make upgrades on all three ships from the treasury because it was a parts one. Now next time it's probably going to be a station one. So that one's not going to help me as much as it might be one I won't buy unless the officers are good. Usually have officers inside of it. If there's officers that I need, like I wouldn't be surprised that Quasi isn't in there or Scotty or one. They'll have one of them will be one of them will be an officer from this arc. The other one would be like from the previous arc, and then they'll have a random. That's how they've been doing it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Mr. Quasi in the next one. So we're done with this. So we also did get enough for some pulls over here that we're going to go do some much needed pulls. Okay, here we go on the crystal. Here's the bonus. Oh man. Let's see. Okay, since this is going to be all, I usually make middle pulls because of the difference in the mats uses. But this is going to supposed to be all these no commons. And that was kind of a sorry pull. And then we'll go medium on the rest of them. I need crystal more than I do anything. So now we'll go into the regular one and I'll do a middle pull. And another horrible pull. See, look, I got more. That was a better pull for the gas. Better pull there. I got rare. So I don't really have any five. I got a little bit of 5-star. That was basically from last night. Because I did go in and get some enemies that were in 5-star. I didn't go really OPC hunting in 5-star because I don't need it. Okay, here's some gas. I'm going to try to get rid of as much of it as possible. So I don't have to make pulls for it. Let's look and see if I've got anything else straggling. And how you get did I mine for that? No, it's probably came in one of the pulls. Parts. Okay, I don't use this because I'm using this to you can use these particles for research or you can use it in here to grab parts. I just because like if I wouldn't have been able to do what did I do earlier where I got that pull? I think I used some multi-phasic creds I hadn't used for that upgrade. I was trying to get it through another way. But so I'll go ahead and do that because I don't have enough for 3 pulls for what I need it for. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And you can see that it still wasn't very great. It's a drop in the bucket. Okay, so we're back. We'll do a quick repair. And we'll look. I'll show you what I'm talking about right here. Okay. I need 91,000, 91.6 thousand of this stuff. 18 a pack gives me 18. That's doesn't You see what I'm saying? It would cost me at least, probably cost me at least 300 in using all the multiphasics for all three packs to do it. Where I'm at now. A while ago I didn't. I think I had 1,000 earlier. I don't. I think I would have still had to get 4 packs for that one. But anyway, so yeah. This one here, that's a lot of crystal, but it's doable and just gameplay to do one. I couldn't do two without buying another, buying the pack and using it from the pack. But one of these I can farm one the crystal enough crystal to do this for one uh upgrade, but there's no way I can do 91,000 in gameplay. Well, there was another guy up here that was on YouTube. He was he said he was just in the 40s. And I don't know if that means he's at 40 or 42 or whatever, uh but really until I got maybe like I did spend the biggest I ever spent in one time was I think I spent like in a weekend I spent like $800 and it was to get me from I think it was either 37 or 38 all the way to 42 because I at that point all the guys had went up to that up because with a lot of guys when we went the ascension when the ascension happened on this cert on 75 all the big spenders went right up to like 45, 46, and then they hit kind of a wall there or they just spent so much damn money they didn't want to spend no more. And so there was a big gap in the server at that point. And so I asked the guy I'll tell you is my friend. I said, "Hey, can you see how many credits it costs for a Katinga?" And then he told me, so I went in and calculated that up and figured, "Oh shit, crap! I've got enough Klingon faction credits now to get all my blueprints." Because at that point in the I don't know if that's changed, even though I had the reputation to get that in there, because I wasn't hadn't ascended to 4-star space, it wouldn't show me any of that. I know it's different than that now because I know when I was 60 player, I was seeing my 70 stuff, far as inside the faction store. Well, before that, it was sort of like the combat on the combat tree here, where I got in pushed the wrong place. Back here, back. I don't know if y'all guys remember that, but when you were doing this combat tree, when you got up as far as your ops level would let you go, it didn't show you what was next. You had to get your station upgraded before you could see what was next. And I think it may even say that here at the end. No, it doesn't because it ends with those. But you would get to like an ending one right here, and it would have nothing. It says until you get, or it'd be a little wall thing here. I can't remember what it was, but it was like that too. I couldn't see what I knew that I had enough. I knew I had enough reputation at that point uh, to pull the stuff, but I didn't. I couldn't see how much it cost. The only reason I knew that I had the reputation was I went on, I don't know if it was Spock's Club or one of those, and saw what the levels for reputation, and I was already there. It didn't do like it does right now, where uh, at least in the game at that point, I guess there was too many other servers that were already high, so they'd already had the mechanic into the game. Right now, there's no mechanic in the game for 71 or 72 or whatever. So when you're reputation goes, um, there's nothing here. And also, you know, there's no, it wasn't like that, you know, where you could go down there, you still had, but when I was when I was, hadn't went to 40, what was the last thing I could see on here? I'm trying to think. I went too far up. There's a lot of stuff that's not in here anymore. I don't know if it was either this loyalty pack right here or this Klingon recruit. That was the last thing that was on this thing. All this was I couldn't see, you know. So I asked him, well, how many faction credits did it cost to get the Katinga? And he told me it cost you needed 150 shards, and it cost 1320 a shard. And I went on the calculator, and I figured that I had enough to tear out the ship with the faction credits that I had. Right now, I don't have that many because I finished out buying the uh, blueprints to get me a Rotaran for the leaderboard event. But I don't remember how many it was I had, but I had enough to where I could buy the Katinga with faction credits and half of the cloak. So I was in at that point. So I'd worked a bunch of overtime that week, and I used it all on getting to 42. And really, at that point, I started kind of making a push on the server when I got this bad boy tiered out. Um, but where I kind of made my bones on being one of the higher level players is when this buddy came out, because there was a lot of those. It was before they started selling rep packs for our server going up to Ascension. So we still had these guys I was telling you about went up to 45, 46, but they didn't have the reputation to get this Katinga or this Coronar. But as soon as that thing happened, that weekend when or I guess I don't know when it was, but they popped those packs in the store. I don't know if you guys remember it, is they screwed up in the store for an hour. You could, for each ops level, you're able to buy 2 packs from one uh, faction at that point. And there was a guy on our server, the guy I told you who spent probably 6 figures on it on his deal. He came in there, he bought 270s, 269s, 268s, and then about that time is when they found out that they screwed that up, took all of them out and reset everything. And then he was able to go back to his current op level and buy 2 more, you know. And he so all of a sudden he's a guy that's ops 45, 46. He's rocking uh 34 epics and jellies. Now he's got a Katinga, and he's got a Kolinar, and so did a couple. Most of them didn't do as like Bob, and then he went over and did Fed. He'd done double. He did a double deal where he did Fed and Romulan. So he had the Katinga, Kolinar, and think of the money he spent, because he had to buy the blueprints. You know, because he didn't have the faction credits, I doubt. So he bought the blueprints in the store too. So think about that. So he goes in, he buys him, I'm trying to remember what, okay, the Newton. He buys him a Newton. So he's got a Newton. One day he's got jellies and 34 ships. The next day he's got a Newton, a Kolinar, and a Katinga. But the problem is he didn't have research behind any of it. I did, even though I jumped. I'd always been right on top of my research, and I could still beat his ship until he spent enough money to where he could overpower me. So but there was a while where like if you go back, and I think I published my legacy reel from not this year but the year before last. Uh, it has my Katinga as my number one ship because I think it did the legacy from the inception till whenever they did that. I was surprised it wasn't my D4 actually, that it would have got pegged for that but my Katinga was a terror on this server because not many Wildcard, my friend I was telling you about, he had the reputation to get the ships, and a few people in our alliance did, but most of the others they bought what they got, and they were far behind. It took them a while to catch up, but yeah, that was a fun time. But you don't have to kill yourself spending in this game. You just have to look at look at things in the store and maximize your buys. Like I said, I wished I had the money I could. So see how much money would it cost me to tear this thing out? Because the next tier is the big tier for this ship. Because you get this last chair, and that'll probably take me close to 100 power at that point because I get to add the extra officer. And those ships I've faced the I faced this ship. It's like at 100 or slightly below 100. It's almost unbeatable. So I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, look, we're talking 4, 8, 1,200, $1,600 to finish this ship. If I don't try to use all the resources and try to gameplay it some, just because this one will be easy. This was not a big deal. This is 46,000, and it's also using commons stuff. So I'm not counting that one because that one's an easy one. But these right here, these are going to be monsters. See, I'm looking at what I got here. So I've got right now, I've got, I don't have quite enough of the rare to do 2 upgrades. I'm gonna have to rely on whatever we get in the packs, and definitely gonna have to rely on whatever we get in the packs for this. I think I'll be okay for what comes in the packs for that. But yeah, so it would cost me $1,600 to put this thing over the top. At least I would say somewhere between 14 and 16, because I do have multi-phasics too that would get with these. I mean, that's just using the 8, the pack that's in the store right now. But now you do get those bonus packs. The one I was talking about, the Marcus one, where you get like 30,000 in it, but you only get one of those usually. So then you have to make up for that. Could shorten my deal. Hello, how you doing, man? We're kind of wrapping everything up now. Uh, Let's see if I can do some dailies real quick. I'm not going to use this crew. I'm going to use, this is the crew I use to go and do what I'm going to do here. But well, I don't need to be on this ship. I'm going to put my regular crew back on here. Oh, crap. I accidentally saved it on here. But I know who I need on here, though. Okay, let's go. Group. Dang it. When did I do that? Okay, let's see. We're going to go there. Okay, we're going to go Garrick. Billups. Okay, now we're going to go lower. Yeah, we're going to go lower deck. We're going to put Rami in there. Tuvok. Giorgio. We're going to put Gwen there. And I think I think it's Ransom that goes at the bottom. Yeah. Or did I have Ransom there? No. I had Pick Hugh there. That's who I had there. Where's he at? There you go, buddy. Okay, let's save that now. All right, so now we're going to go down to our PVE crew. And since I got Janeway at tier 5 and I've got the Doctor at tier 5, they're now the top dog as far as my PVE crew goes. Before that, I was using James, Kirk, and Sam here. But when James, Kirk, and Sam get 5, they'll probably be back. But right now, with the fully tiered up Doctor and the Janeway, they're number 1. I don't have to test it because when I got Janeway to tier 5 without the Doctor being it, they were already the best. So they're only going to be better with the Doctor being where he's at. So we need to go into 60 space. Now, the way I found the best way to do this, a lot of it depends on how populated. Did I put? Oh no. I need to put my cube. Oh gosh, let's see. Let's go ahead and switch ships. It don't really matter. And we're going to put him there. Okay, switch ships. We're going to and I'm going to go back up here and put this crew in there. I'm probably going to steal him, but that's okay. So now we're going to take the cube. And I got E. Troy. See, I want to put him instead of E. Troy there. And did I put the wrong cube in there? Oh, I don't have my cube in there at all. That's the reason why. Okay, that makes sense now. Okay, Okay, so I think I want him in there instead of E. Troy. There you go. All right, so we're gonna jump just because it has the jump ability. Of course, my Katinga is gonna, not my Katinga, but Colt, my Krishna is gonna do a lot better as far as hostile wise, but it just takes too long for it to get up there. And my cube does a more than able job. Okay, let's see how many. Let's kind of look and see where okay, here's like 370s right here. We'll go. Okay. Here's a 71 over there. See, the thing is, I got to watch my hole and then kind of look at the population of how they're spawning. Sometimes they don't spawn at all. You'll come over here, hit like 4 of them, and you'll have to move systems. Okay, let's see if I can find a Explorer 70. I don't see one, but I want the loot. So I'm going to go ahead and when he gets through hitting that guy, I'm going to go ahead and pop this 69. Okay, what happened there? Yeah, that artifact thing is kind of wonky sometimes. It'll freeze up on you, and then you'll hit one, and somehow whatever in your queue disappears. I think that's what happened there. Oh, I won't hit. I'll let. I guess I must have waited too long. Okay, let's see. Okay, it must have hit him. Why is it showing my ship? Yeah, it hit him. Okay, let's go up here and get this one. And then as soon as it lets me pop him again, I'm going to do it. And I don't know why you have to click off of it and click back on. There you go. So I'm thinking I'm going to have to go into the other system. I want to see one more. There's 70 in here. Hopefully this one's better populated. So I'll make a run in do just what I'm doing in each of them. And that usually gives me a chance to get the points for all 3. Yeah, it's kind of weird. They've got basically the Enterprise and the Titan are the same ship. Because if you watch the Picard series, one of them's a battleship and one iteration of the other one's a explorer. But they're actually these. Oh gosh, there's one right there. I need to break that one. Bring that over here. There we go. There's a 71 right there. Let's get that one. There's a 71 there. We'll get this. Why did it not queue it? It's the second time it did that. Let's see. Should be able to pop this one now. Wait a minute. No. Let's go back. Get this one. This one's closer. There's a 71. Let's get that one first. I queued it, so I'm going to leave it alone. There's a 71 back here. 71's giving me 2 points where 70's only give me 1. So that's why I'm kind of, if I see a 71, I'm kind of prioritizing that. You know, back when when I was a lower player, I would be going like in the 67s when I was like on 62, and I would finish those fast because it gave me like 5 points for every hostile I hit. So I really only needed 10 to finish uh, the the deal on it. Let's see how many milestones we hit with this. Okay. That one don't count, nor neither does the other one. I'm going to get rid of it. That one too. Well, that one, I guess it does count. All right, let's go back. We should be, I didn't see any more 70s in here. There's one. There's one here. See if we can find some more. Come on, spawn, spawn. I don't have that much whole health left over. Come on, give me one more 70. There's a 71. Bingo. I'll either kill it or it'll die, or I'll die on it. Then right after I live, it'll blow me up with the hazard. There. There you go. So we're not going to come back there. We're going to go into Fed next. And we'll do basically the same thing. We'll go in the lower 70 system, hit all we can hit, then maybe have to go into the higher one. The other day I went in here and I didn't have to ever leave it. I stayed the whole time and there was enough 70s in here. Yeah, what's bad is when you follow somebody grinding and you don't know it and there's nothing. You come in here and there's nothing. That happens a lot. Has happened a few times to me. Okay, let's go. Let's scan. Okay, this is not too bad. I wish there were more, but it could be worse. I need to get me something to drink. I'm gonna load this thing up and let it do its thing, and I'm gonna go get something to drink real quick. that's good. Did I hit that or looks like I'm want some mine or something. I'm going to hit this one here. And I should have enough juice in here to get this one as soon as it'll get. But there's a timer on when you can hit it next. There we go. Then after I get this one, it looks like I need to go in the other system. Percent, what are you talking about? I%. What does that mean? Some of you guys on YouTube, there's a guy that just joined the chat and YouTube, he put I, then a percent I on one message and percent sign on the other. I don't know what you're talking about. Mopped. What are you talking about, mopped? I meant to ask you that. I was okay. We got to get back in here now. Oh man, this was like this one's not. This is pretty light. Hopefully, I'll get enough to get my Klingon my big Klingon pull finished. Looks like I did. There's a 71 right there. I'm gonna pop him with a beam. Oh my gosh, here's down here. I'll go get that one. And maybe the beam will be. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have enough. I have to wait till I hit him. I thought I had. Usually, I thought I would have enough to do two of them by now. I still have half a hole left. There's a 71. There's a 70 right there. That spawned in. I'll show you guys not to make the mistake on. Oh, there's one right there. There's one right there too. I'm making these pulls that are coming up. Do them one at a time. Don't do all and click the clean. I would do that most nights because it doesn't really matter. But tonight with this reputation event, if you're one of the guys that need it for Syndicate XP, make sure you do them one at a time because it only counts the positive, but you're going to get less positive if you pull them because they're going to cancel each other out. That was the big gripe about when they did this, that they included it because some of the players were saying it was hurting their reputation because uh, they weren't gaining it because they would all cancel each other. And I don't think you guys know that when they originally made the game, they didn't make it for players to have more than one faction. And in fact, this is way before my time coming in the game. This is like maybe year one, year and a half, or whatever. Um, when they found out that people were triple locking out their reputation on this, they took that away for a while until there was a mass revolt and they put it back. So the thing was is they never envisioned anybody trying to triple lock the the reputation. That was something that was not supposed to happen in the game. You're supposed to pick one faction and stay with it. Is the way that the game was originally put out. So they for a while they took that away. They took the locks away. But that's way before my time in the game. But I heard that from other players or people who'd been playing it a lot longer than, well, not a lot longer. I mean, the game had been going on for, uh, let's see, think it might have started in year and a half into it. It was right before COVID that I started playing. Maybe that December 2019 ish, maybe. Probably. So I would say it was probably in that timeline. Because this game supposedly started in 2018. But I started maybe like the November before. I think I'd seen those next generation commercials for it. And then my old job, I had a lot of downtime between my labs because my labs it would take me. We had two long labs, one when we first got there and one at midnight. That would take me about 45 minutes each of those to do, but uh, my other even hour ones would take me 15 minutes. So basically, I had 15 minutes. Then I would start a little bit early and have it done. So it'd take me another 15 minutes. So at work, I would have at least 3 to 4 hours I could play the game in between my on my downtime. I don't have that luxury at this new job though. That's why I started playing the game was for something to kill time between the readings because it would get long if you're sitting up. It's I used to when I was younger I would read. That was something I loved to do between my readings was read. But now I'm older, it gets me sleepy. And that's the last thing you want to do when you're working overnights is to be sleepy all night long trying to battle it because it sucks. I do miss all the reading I used to do, but oh, didn't jump? Let's let stop and then we'll jump. I'll push the wrong button. Oh, stop. Okay, looks like there's quite a bit here, so we might be able to. Basically, we're not trying to finish out both the Federation and the Romulan here. Yeah, I've cleared these out pretty quick. I'm hoping some of these will spawn. I mean, there's less hostiles in this system total than the ones that we've been in. Let's see what we got. The Federation. We need. How many hostiles to get the Romulan done? Oh, we need quite a bit more. Okay, let's go in the higher system. See if we got better luck up there. See, I wish that what they would have done with this system is they got all three, and then this one. I wish this one only had 71s, so it'd make it a little bit easier to do these. Because there's really no reason for 69. Because this is a whole other warp range to get up here. So they should only had 70s and 71s in this system on all three of these. And leave the 69s up there for players that are punching up. Or they are 69. But you would think that they would have more, but I've been in some of these higher ones. Sometimes they even had less. It looks like this one's kind of bare. But at least there are a few 71s that's going to take the body count down a little bit. Damn, there's nothing else in here. Oh, there's a 70 there. There's a 70 there too. Spawned. So, let's look and see how many we need. 3 or 171. 1 and 171 will be done. There's a 70 right there. Finish it out. There's a 71 there. Might as well just keep hitting them. Now, if you were going to grind for rep, if you didn't say you're like he was saying he was out of those mirror tokens, this is faction space in the number one place to grind reputation anymore. It is mirror spaces, but if you were, I'll show you the two systems that you would want. You wouldn't want to do it in hazard space. Number one. Okay, here it is. This 67 system right here. And there's a 68. I think, yeah, there's a 68. There should be a 68 that's Here we go. That system there. That one has no hazards. This one and this one. I'm trying to think if there's any here that no, that one doesn't have hazards either. So after that, most of the rest of them all do. And you don't want to grind reputation. This one here, I'm just because I have to be in here. And that was one of the things that the people that were already in 6 star, they were telling me what a horrible. There's hazards. You know, I thought the whole thing was going to be hazards once I got the way that they talked. There's a way to I ground most of my Klingon reputation in faction space. I think I needed 100 billion the last, but it takes 500 billion, so I put 400 billion regular space or regular faction space. I pulled the last 100 in mirror space, and I saw how fast it jumped my uh, Federation up. I just stayed in there and finished the Federation, and then at that point, I was really close on my uh, Romulan. At that point, I went ahead and just spent the next weekend doing nothing but grinding hostels, and I mean that might have been the closest time I ever came out running out of token. Was at that point, but after that, I have never even that's never even been a thought. Like I said, he's missing a redeem or something. He's not getting. He's not getting all of his redemption somehow. Okay, good. We're done. So now we're gonna do the tricky part. Okay, so we got some standard ones. So make sure that that's toggled off. Put claim all. Get rid of those. So now you got all your your reputation ones. So do them one at a time. So you get full credit for each one of these. See, look how far I jumped 3 spots. I jumped a spot. I jumped 2 spots. Still at 19. Let's see if that takes up another notch. Up to 17. Okay, so we're going to go down to freebooter space. And I'm going to go back and change. Oh, I'm on the wrong ship. Go ahead and put. I want to change ships, and then I'll worry about the crew. All right. Now we're going to take our Kretschna. Yes, I don't have a grinding crew. I'm looking for red dots when I go in here. I should have done this earlier because they're probably most of them are out of there by now. There's a 70 right there. Let's cloak. We're going to see if we can come up and get him. He's using a speed crew. We got to be perfect on the kill. Damn lag in this stupid game. I mean, I hit him where he should not been able to get away from me. Got him. Okay, for on our lines, those yellow caution signs, those are hard row guys. So those guys are a target too. Yeah, I mean that lag, that sometimes the lag in this game hurts you, and that's in that situation there. I should have got him like 3 times. Let's see if he's got anything. This is a guy I do want to hit. He didn't have anything. I was going to see if he had parts. Yeah, he must have not seen me. I was in here long. I thought he might have, so that's why I went ahead and cloaked. I should have cloaked before I came in here, but I was not sure whether we'd even see anybody in here. Well, there's another one. See, he just flew in there. Okay, cancel it. We're going to go get this guy. Come on. There we go. Oh, this is a person I hate in this game. She's only 54. Believe it or not, she was like 8 ops levels higher than me once. She was an enemy of mine from like ops 18. Gosh, you know what? Damn, I should have went and got my Voyager so I could have seen where she's docked. Even though those resources doesn't do anything, she's a person I would clean out total. Where is it at? There it is. Okay, let's look and see if I got all the milestones. That's kind of throw me off on because I got that one. I'm gonna hit one more because I think I've got them all. Yeah, I do. So we're done. Oh no, that'd be it's a personal thing. I would take every freaking part of that base. No, I wouldn't. Plus, there'd be people that might tell her because she used to be in this alliance at one time. No, this would be me cleaning the whole base out, even if it took me 6 or 8 hours to do it. Yeah, I remember I was like an Ops 18 or something like that. I just maybe 20. I don't know. I was low. I had one of those research ships before I even had my first faction ship, and I guess I was like 20 because I joined that same alliance that I was with my friend wild card in, and they're the ones that told me because I got hit OPC and I didn't know why I was getting hit my minor. Why would somebody hit my minor? Because I never had to. I mean, I jumped up quick. I'd gotten my first faction ship in the game in 3 weeks, so I wasn't, you know, I was kind of jumped a bunch of levels real quick, and so I didn't know I was getting hit. And they were saying, well, if they're over the cargo hole, I said, what do you mean by that? I didn't know what OPC even was. And and then once they told me, I said, well, forget that. Why would I mind if I can take this from this other guy? So I'd mind enough to get my dailies done, and I would go out looking for OPC. And I'm looking for OPC, and she uncloaked her. What is that? What was that first? What is that? What is that first Klingon battleship? Uh, Dang it, what is it? I can't remember what the name of it is now. Dang, I gotta look. No, it was a Klingon battleship, Legendary's Rom. I mean, I'm like level 20. I've got like a Kamari or whatever was in there, and she had the Bortus, and she pops me with a Bortus, and then she starts lecturing me, telling me I was hitting people UPC, and I wasn't. And we got in an argument, and I just told her to f off. And then the battle went on from then on until I passed her up. I thought she'd quit. Thought I made her quit the game. I didn't know she was back. But I'd heard some guys saying something because even when she was back, she was in their Discord talking, like she was anything. All right, why am I doing this? I don't need any more. Let's go back. But yeah, then once me and my buddy Rod, man, we used to go and raid her base all the freaking time, and She was one of the people I was telling you about that made the big jump to I think she went up all the way up to like 43 or 44 right out of the box. Spent a bunch of money to do that. And because they had access to some research that we didn't have in the 30s. And we saw their ship jumped up big time and go, what the heck? How did their ship jump so far? And so so me and she doesn't really know this. We're sitting there testing crews on her. We don't care if we die. We're sitting there seeing what we can get the most, pack the most punch against her, which we were, because it was a different story back then. This was before lower decks, before strike team. We were, we were sitting there. It used to be a lot of more crew jujitsu in the game when you didn't have the strike team. You didn't have these lower deck officers that gave you the extra boost too. So it was all crewing, research, and then occasionally some of this. uh, Here, some of this here, but back then you didn't have a whole lot of it, so you had to use it pretty cautiously. But we were sitting there. I mean, we ran at her. We ran so many crews at her ships after because she jumped. It like jumped like I can't remember, like a normal like epic ship at that point. I think was like I don't think it was a billion. I don't think it was a billion pound. I don't think the billions ever came until you're in the 40s at that point. Now they are. Let's see what. Let's see what the. Let's put the my D4 in my. Yeah, I did this the other night. I don't know if you guys saw it. I put my D3, crewed it with what I got in my Kretschner, and I was going chasing after 5G ships with it and pop. No, million. It was a million. Okay, before you were looking at it, it was like 3 or 4 million, you know, 3.5, 4 million at the most, and but then their ships jumped up like to 8 once they went up to 440, and we're like, what the hell? And so we're sitting there trying to crew our ships to try to beat her, and we ended up finding a crew that worked, but it took a minute. But we were sitting there just and she didn't know what we were doing. We're saying, okay, we got to figure a way to beat these G4 players now. Because a lot of them, not a lot of them, like I said, a lot of them didn't have the 4G ships. They just had souped up uh, epic ships, and jellyfish. Like that's what I tell people. That's all the cube is. It's like the jellyfish back in the day. It's pretty good once if it's way overpowered. Uh, your faction ship. But like this faction, well, that would be a bad example because it's a little bit high. Like this one eats either one of these cubes up. It just does. And they could have done it when it was even a little bit lower. Yeah, when the jellyfish was just because it was because you could power it up way over any of but there was a crew that could beat the jellyfish back in the day, and I'll show it to you. So we got to think these guys were not a player at all. Okay, but do I still have the correction on? I'll just put confirmed. I put the chip on. Yeah, I left it on. Let me go ahead and switch it back because it didn't have as many seats as the. Okay, let's put the bad boy on. We're gonna go out and have some fun with it. I'm gonna show you the crew that I use, and then I'm gonna load it up with what I got now. Now the OG group back in the day to beat the Enterprise or the Jellyfish. Um, let's find it. There's a streak we're gonna get. You would put. Where are they at? Okay, there's Lorca. Lorca, Marcus, and believe it or not, sounds. This is find her. I may have to go name. Oh, there she is. Captain Tilly. And then you load the bottom part. You go ahead and just go your best attack officer. I'll just put him there. And then the rest of these you would load up with uh, defense, uh, then you would go health. I can't use that guy. He's on. Okay. Probably put uni here. Can't use Odo because Odo wasn't in the game. He really wasn't, but he doesn't have any lower deck ability, so it doesn't matter. Uh, then I want to go one more defense. And we put old Kurt there because he was in the game at that point. So what these two right here, this one, Tilly works off the cumulative defense of all the players on the game. But the key player in this one was Marcus. Marcus increases the shield of the defense on the deal and his morale. We don't need the morale. What is maybe and her officer ability was health. So you needed to stack defense for her captain, defense there, and health for her officer ability. This crew right here would beat. I had no problem against any Enterprise or Jellyfish, and this was a Fed fanboy server because everybody was rocking those dang Enterprises. There was maybe like 6 of us that went with the Klingons, and but this kind of setup was the OG setup. I don't know how good it would be today in today's game, but back in the day before lower decks, before strike team, this was a crew that just beat the crap out of those explorers. Now, if I went against this fellow D4, he would wax my ass. I don't know, yeah, but I could do the battleships with this one too. In fact, I don't remember ever in any of my epic when I always the Klingons always been my first one. I've never lost a battle against to a Romulan epic unless it was just super overpowered me, and I can't even really think of that. To be honest with you, but this little bad boy used to be. I used to wreck people with this ship. And I was probably top 20 power, maybe in the top 25, maybe the most at that time, maybe even less than that. But that ship was my coming out party, so to speak. You know, I made waves with that because but it was I got to give Rod as much of a tip of the hat too because I wouldn't have done it without him because we were trading battle reports back and forth and I can't remember what crew we came up for his Enterprise that he had, but we did come up a crew that we were using for that. I can't remember it though, because I had eventually had an Enterprise, but it was not my number one ship. But we used to, We used to wreck some of those higher up. We would punch up on those on our lower on those guys. It would drive them freaking mad. I mean, you would. I would get some of the worst hate mail that I ever got was from some of those dudes that we punched up on. Y'all are cheating somehow, or even worse, So let's go back into that space and see if we can uh find a. I'm looking for a G5 ship or higher actually. So let's go. Maybe a G6 ship I could take out too. I don't know. I haven't. I did this with a D3, and I was able to take out a G5 ship with it. No, it won't. Can it get there? Nope. Damn it. How far can it get? Okay, for my D4, my D3, I had to use the disco. Take the disco in there, and what I would do is I would cloak it. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do. I don't see the problem is I don't know how many people are on right now. I did this a little bit earlier in the night last time. All right, I'm game. Let's go ahead and get the disco out, and we'll summon it in there. Okay, let's pull it out first. Let's pull it out and cloak it. Okay, let's get the locate. Let's pull it out and cloak it. Oh, to do what I was want to do, I need to put the real crew on it because I don't know what. I have no idea what that crew would do in today's game. Let's go. Let's go back. Okay, let's take advantage of that extra slot. Who do we want to put in there? I want to put a real officer down in there. Give me a little boost. Do I want to go with 7 and 9? Put 7 and 9 in there or do I want to put the cat doctor for extra defense? Let's go with the cat doctor. Oh, you know what we can? Yeah, never mind. Let's go with Jack Ransom. Get that little extra boost. Yeah, I mean, this power level is about the same, but my other one had no lower deck help. It had been all bridge crew. That's why you wouldn't want to do that. My lower deck is pretty. I could probably put a junk crew on the bridge actually and probably win. Okay, so let's change ships. We're gonna put our disco in. We're gonna disco in there and summon and get the heck out of there. But we got a cloak first. So let's go ahead and pull it out. Okay, now we're gonna jump. I don't know if we don't even really need to jump, do we? It's not that far. But I do need to cloak him. So we're gonna go ahead and just go in, summon him, and get the hell out of there. Where's it at? Oh, then we can go hit go look for the guys in augment space. We might be able to find a few 5G ships and fight there. We'll just wait and see if we see some guys come in that we can pop. We'll give it at least that time, much time. Oh, there's a guy right there. I got to get out of there, though, before he sees me. He lit out. He didn't even look to see what ship I had. He ran from a disco. Come on. There you go. That's slow, man. He deserves to be dead. He deserves to be dead. God, that was a slow. That was a slow. The lag's pretty bad, man, right now. All right, we're gonna have to sit here and wait and see if we see somebody come in here that we can pop. The thing is, I got to summon him out, so I can't go ahead and just change my other ship back in because I'm gonna have to summon him back to where he's at. We'll do this for how many minutes we got on the cloak. I think it's a little bit less than. We got 8 minutes, so we'll wait and see if we get any guinea pigs. It would be cool if somebody with an 60 epic rolled in here, like the guy popped earlier. If he decided to come back, uh, that would be a good hit there. Yeah, those guys I hit with the D3, though, they're not got to be scratching their head. What the hell is he doing? But that's not the first time I've done that. I used to go in there and back when the epic, the not the epic, but the Apex event was not a weekly event. When it was a, they did it like in between arcs, like they do these other stuff. When they used to have data mining, I used to go. Oh, there he is. Oh boy. Well, that's his disco. That's her disco. We're gonna get a double. All right, let's pull it out before she realizes that she just got beat by. That was priceless. That was a person that the best one to hit too. And look, I don't have hardly any hull damage at all. Oh my gosh! We've got to test it more, man. We got to test it more now. I figured I was gonna have. I didn't even look. I figured I was gonna have half of a hull. I might have been able to take her on even with. All right, let's go into let's go as far as this thing will take us in augment space here. Let's find it again. Oh, okay, we don't even have to fly in here. We'll look through here and see. There are guys that hide the little small ships in here. Okay, there's this. That's probably uh no, that's a guy that I can't hit. This one is. Let's see. Let's see what he's got here. Is this a remnant? That won't be a test. We won't mess with it. I think it's a revenant. I can't. Yeah, that's no test for it. I mean, I could go in here and get him OPC if he's OPC, but that's for another time. We'll do. I'll take my revenant up here and go and do that. So let's look at the other ones. And that one guy's just sitting in all these low systems. I guess he made two. Because they did put a pack where you could buy two of these. I don't know why you would. But I don't know if he wants to make a. Now we're just going to have to wonder how far up warp range this thing's going to take. Let's see what our limitations are. I'll go in 50 space. Nope. Dang it, that limits a bunch of stuff. Now it's stuck on this thing again. I hate when it does that. There we go. Nope. Yes. So far as we can go is up to 44. I mean, I wish I could put Grush on there and take some power away, but that would be pushing. I'm not, because I'm not really worried about getting somebody's little ship. That doesn't tell me anything. I wanted to go up here up where some of the guys might be actually grinding it. Damn it! Because the thing is, you can't. If I could see them in here and know that they were up here, then I would. Hell, I guess we could. Let's go. Let's start. Let's go in the 50 system. Just go. I'm wanting to take a peek. Then we can worry about jumping in and coming back at him. But most likely they're going to see my. I've been hitting these guys OPC hard, so as soon as they see my ship, they're going to see like she ran from my disco. Yeah, I could, but I use that juice to go in and look for OPC players, OPC ships and 6G with it. Save me some time with it. So I use that, go through that juice pretty quick. And I would do this. I'll just take the disco. I don't care if it dies either. So, and I can just summon my ship right up there with it. I can't believe I didn't get any hull. Look at that. I took out a 5G ship and it didn't even give me a hull damage. Cause I'm on the wrong ship. So we can look for guys that are floating who came up. A lot of guys will come up here and just stick their ship after they take the chaser out of the picture and just set it up here. Oh, come on. Oh, that's what I did. I hit that instead of there. Okay, let's set the course. Jump. Don't jump. It won't not be no use to it. Yeah, man, that's all crew. The crew did all the work because the ship's not even damaged. I wonder how far the disco can go. Because I didn't do the last prime, those last two primes for it when I went up. It'll go like mid 6 star space. Oh, man, we've been. I'm surprised. I know there's one place where we go, but he's gonna have a revenant there, so it's not a revenant, but he's gonna have a reliant there, so he's not. It's not gonna be something what we want to do. I think there'll be a guy right there in that system. He has been. Or no, he was down in the 50 system. I don't think I checked it. We'll do that next. I'll jump. I don't want to have to fly all the way back. Too slow. Okay, that can't get that guy. Plus, okay, we'll go into the two sidecar ones. And then we'll jump back after we get as far as it's going to let me. I'm sure it's going to be, I bet that's as far as I can go. I'm trying to think somewhere else we could find some people doing something. We could always do a repeat because I imagine she went right back. Okay, nobody in here either. I don't think it would tell me what's warping, so we'll see how far it will let me go. Because I'm sure those two guys that I popped up there might be back up, trying to make another turn. I'm not too sure that I'm not too sure that it wouldn't. It might, from what I was seeing there, I might be able to go as far as one of the rare ships, or that was a rare ship. So no, it's not, is it? No, no, it's not. So it might have a good chance against the Epic, believe it or not. But we'll have to do some more of this. This is fun. If we can find somebody to try it on. Okay. Nobody in any of the 60 systems. That's a plumber. Let's see how far it'll let me go. Yeah, I figured the 66 would be its limit. But I got to save that screenshot, man. I got to share that up with all my alliance people. Yeah, yeah. It's too bad the cube can't do it too. That'd be cool. Oh, because it would have half a chance against anybody that would try to get it before I could summon the other ship up there. Let's see. This might be as far as we can go. Yep. All right, let's go both of these. Go back to this 50 system. It'll be whether he's got his Revenant up here or he brought one of his other ships. Is the thing that we're gonna have to see. He's gonna. He might have already either got killed up here or we'll go on the other one too. But I've killed this one guy in this system like 6 times already. Into that one where we just left. I don't like this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and summon it and take it, even though it's not a real test for it. Let's go get it. Oh, not that ship. Oh, I didn't. Oh, that's for me. I thought that was for him. That's good. It gives me a free ride home. All right. Oh, I can let the tacker kill me too, or just go for it to get back. It just gives him like, what the heck? Oh, that's more of a what the heck moment than, yeah. All right, that saves us some time. All right, let's change ships. So just so anybody wants to see, that's the crew. One more time, that was the crew I was using to punch up right there. And I got no forbidden technology on it. Just think if I could waste rods and load this up with forbidden technology too, what I could do. I bet gosh, I wish I could, but I don't have it. Do I have it unlocked? I think I do have it unlocked. No, no, I don't. And I'm definitely not going to waste those rods. I'm still trying to save to get rods on this ship. See, I'm still trying to save rods to get over there. If I had rods to waste it, I would. I'd load it up and see how many kills we could get with it. See, I still got that one locked up, and I'm like right at the crust, but getting that thing. So this pull that I'll make in here will unlock it. Let's see, where's it at? Let's go up here in the factions. No, it's going to be not going to be faction. It's going to be refinery. At least I'll get this unlocked tonight. I thought it was a little bit further off, actually. Okay, let's find the melon extractor because that's right now is on one of my Selkies. Oh, I don't have enough rods to equip it. Oh, I still got to unlock it. I still won't have enough rods to. Oh, I do. I don't, but it's showing me no. Okay, so I got 2 more days worth of pulling, and I'll have this thing on here. But I did get it unlocked. All right, that's cool. But this is the last. This is the last ship that I need that I actually use that doesn't have forbidden technology on it. Okay, let's swap back. All right, let's go back to her. Well, I'll take that back. Both of the rares don't have forbidden technology anymore. I don't think they. I know this one doesn't. Just because there isn't another PvP uh, technology to put in it, or it would have it. They need to make some more. I mean, they make a bunch of useless stuff, but all right. Yeah, I don't have it in the cause either. I basically put what I had here in the Enterprise, and I think what I had in this one is in one of the cubes now. Because I think I got, well, I'll take that back. I think I have it in my little Kretschna. Because I stole the forbidden technology out of my big cube and put it into my big Kretschna. Yeah, I just the rods just are too expensive to they don't have a good sourcing at all. If you would put the list of the things that are bottlenecks, that definitely goes on the list. But I will say the guy who ever made the graphic for this thing here did a good job. These little random ships coming in and everything, and it'll change. It'll change. You know, time of day and everything on it. They do. Whoever came up with this thing, you gotta give him a thumbs up because these ships look. You can sit there and look at the ships. Like I'm inside the cube right now. It and these look good. Uh, I mean, there's some of the graphics in here are kind of cheesy on some stuff, but that one is not. whoever came up with that. And it looks a lot better. I'm looking at it on the 4K monitor, and it look and the little details some of the little details I didn't notice on my laptop monitor that I used to stream off of it. Uh, so right now I'm using a, I think this is a 32-inch screen for my main monitor, and I've got a 27, and they're both those curved ones. So I kind of got like a little horseshoe. That's what I got the streaming software on. So yeah. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it tonight. I got a couple more errands I need to do before I go to sleep, and I'm probably going to do while I'm sitting waiting for my walk. Gotta go wash my clothes, my work clothes. Gotta go back to work tomorrow. I'm gonna wash my work clothes. I'll probably uh, go do some OPC hunting. But other than that, then I'm done. I might send my revenant out to die here in a little bit, but um, so I think I'm done for tonight for the stream. I mean, it was good talking to the ones that was in the channel. We had a good time. We'll do this again. Actually, hopefully we can do it with maybe on a Saturday or something when there's more guys online, and maybe we'll get some people to try to come and challenge me with the. That would be funny. All right, guys, man. We'll see you next time.